Get going. Good morning, everyone. I am Rob Bizzle, Chairman of the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission, and would like to welcome you to our public comment session, where you have a unique opportunity to, on the record, give comments in regards to the Marine Fisheries Commission's management of the state's public trust estuarine and marine resource. I ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. You will be reminded when you have approximately 30 seconds left. Please state if you represent any group. If you addressed the commission last night, you will not be allowed to do so at this time. Remember, this is a time to share concerns or gather information, not to be confrontational. Okay, first up, we have Jerry Schill, followed by Stuart Crichton.
Good morning. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. I'm Jerry Schill, Director of Government Affairs for the North Carolina Fisheries Association. My comments are not specific to any proposed management measures before you, but rather on the process and a suggestion about how to avoid litigation. I refer you to previous actions on southern flounder. Back in February of 2022 and again in May, Mike Loeffler clearly outlined that the division will have the ability to set trip limits for either pound nets and the gig fishery only after meeting closure thresholds. And I'm an old guy, so I'm going to try to do some technical stuff here.
And the division will have the ability to set trip limits for either the pound net and gig fisheries only after meeting closure thresholds. This means that when landings are approaching the harvest limit, the division will close the fishery and evaluate if there is sufficient quota remaining to reopen under limited catches.
Now that was the first one.
And the division will have the ability. The division also would like to implement trip limits for pound nets and gigs as a tool to reopen the fishery after meeting the closure threshold. This will allow these two gears the ability to harvest a portion of the remaining allocations.
Now that was two different occasions that those comments were made. When one looks at the approved flounder FMP, you will find that nowhere in the adaptive management does it mention reducing the number of days allowed to use large mesh gill nets. And although trip limits are mentioned, Amendment 3 states 9 times, that trip limits will only be used after reopening once the closure thresholds have been met. In August, NCFA Executive Director Glenn Skinner sent an email to DMF Director Kathy Rawls about this issue. Nonetheless, Director Rawls moved forward. Where's the oversight? Certainly, this commission can and should discuss the blatant disregard of the provisions of the FMP by the division. That's what should be done. If not, one can look at the courts and/or other legislative
30
review.
seconds.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Stuart Crichton, followed by David Sneed.
Good morning, everyone. Stuart Crichton. I am the CCA Fisheries Committee Chairman, and I had a few comments for you this morning. First, of course, as always, it's a pleasure to speak with you and bring up some issues of concern today. Previously, I sent all of you, as well as Director Rawls, Mr. Poland, and Mr. Witten, an email concerning new pound nets in West Bay, upon which I expect you to take action. Reviewing those rules and editing them so that the director can have authority to deny placing new gear in the water during times when a particular fish stock is in recovery would be a very wise move on your part. As far as the issues of today are concerned, the increasingly significant role that aquaculture is playing in the shellfish industry is very important. When done properly, shellfish farms are beneficial in numerous ways. They are truly sustainable, they improve water quality, and they provide a chance for our critically depleted natural oyster reefs to recover. As you begin to evaluate the oyster and clam FMP, make sure that this state approves these leases correctly. They should be kept small in area so that they continue to be true small business enterprises. Do not allow large corporations to lease out large chunks of state waters. Make sure they never use the fast-growing Chinese oysters that have caused problems in other areas. The last thing in North Carolina that we need is the introduction of another invasive species. Make sure they are sited properly so as not to block access to important public fishing waters. What is happening in New Stump Sound and the Topsail area is a good example of what not to do. It's time to stop the mechanical harvest of native oyster reefs and clamming areas. There are critical habitat areas which have been reduced to less than 10% of their historic coverage and need to be rebuilt. In order to get a handle on the recreational harvest, an appropriate license fee and stamp or other such endorsement should be added and required for those that want to pick, tong, or rake by hand. Set a responsible limit for the harvest to ensure that they can be enjoyed without harming a given area. For striped mullet, I believe the current DMF recommendations will result in a derby fishery when the short roe season begins. Please,
30 seconds.
Please do not forget the importance of mullet as a forage fish, and since DMF is not recommending a closure, and since over 98% of the harvest is done by the commercial industry, cast netting by public anglers should continue with no limitations. I had a little bit more, but thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you. David Sneed, followed by Matthew Wallen.
Good morning, Chairman Bizzle and Commissioners. My name is David Sneed for the Coastal Conservation Association, North Carolina. I had a lot of things that I thought about when I was thinking about what to say, and you can see I wrote it and rewrote it and scratched out a lot of things and listened to the comments that were made last night. And I think at this point, what we all need to do is just relax a little bit. I can imagine that some of the things that were said last night would rattle some people. Some of the things I heard last night were certainly attacks on this commission, comments about there's plenty of fish, you just don't know what you're doing because you're not from around here. Well, I have news for you that just because you live at the coast, it doesn't mean the fish belong to you. And the North Carolina Constitution and the North Carolina Court of Appeals will back me up on that. There were attacks on the division staff. There were a lot of comments we usually hear about, I can't feed my family, you are taking away my kids' Christmas. The system's broken. Well, and unfortunately, I agree with that one, but it's the hand that you've been dealt. So I would say take a deep breath and remember why you're here. You are here because you care about our coastal resources. Remember what Wendell Berry wrote when he said, some things you just raise hell about and hope somebody smarter than you can fix it. So we've heard a lot of hell raising already. Now let's figure out how to fix it. There's a lot of smart people in this room, a lot of smart people. Don't be intimidated by the hell raising. Just concentrate on what you can do to fix it. Now, I'm just going to make two quick comments. I want to thank the division, Director Rawls and Jordan Byram for partnering with CCA on the Mouse Harbor Artificial Reef Project that we completed in October. That's our second artificial reef project with the division in the last 2 years. I would ask, let's figure out how we can do more habitat enhancement projects next year. And finally, I have given each of you a copy of the case management order that was signed by Judge Collins that's setting the discovery schedule for our lawsuit. It also contains our summary of the issues, and I would encourage you to read that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matthew Wallen, followed by Joey Frost.
Good morning. Once again, Matthew Wallen, concerned recreational angler, and want to thank all of you for what you do. North Carolina's ability to manage our public trust resources for the common good is broken. To do so, the state and its agencies need to have the trust of the public accountability within our management agencies, and enforcement within our written laws. All three are lacking when it comes to fisheries management here in North Carolina. It's safe to say that the angling public and the commercial sector lack trust in DMF's ability to manage our fisheries for long-term viability and for true sustainability of our fisheries resources. Our management agencies lack accountability when it comes to achieving their goals agreed upon to the standards and deadlines set forth in the Fisheries Reform Act and their very own FMPs. To top it all off, enforcement of fisheries regulations are minimal at best and lack any sort of accountability measures to hold those individuals, both commercially and recreationally, from continuing to break the law. Most just pay the fine and continue business as usual. My frustration is not with you all on the commission or DMF, but with the rules and statutes set in place that enable your ability to sustainably manage one of the greatest resources on the East Coast for the benefit of all citizens. I know we are here today to discuss striped mullet, so based on DMF data stating that commercial fishery accounts for 98.3% of the total harvest, I do not see how it is necessary to close recreational harvest of mullet to anglers using these fish for bait. Will a 1 month closure, recreational closure, really give you the reductions needed? It seems that the real problem lies within the mullet roe fishery. Targeting mature female mullet full of eggs seems like a great way for the species to decline, leading to an overfished stock. As for understanding the full impact of the recreational oyster harvest, why don't we make it mandatory for the public to have a recreational oyster harvesting permit, just like a deer tag? It could be free, or you could charge for such a permit, then use those funds to go into creating new oyster reefs. I hope you all have not forgotten about speckled trout. It seems that we are slow walking the amendment process for that FMP.
30 seconds.
If the future of our speckled trout lies on a stock status from 2019, how are we going to allow two more harvest seasons before any management measures are brought into effect? That would mean we're managing speckled trout on data from 6 years ago. It's reasonable to think a lot can change in 6 years. This all goes back to a broken management system, and I hope it can be fixed in the state's management process. But until then, the future of our fisheries will be played out in court. Thank you.
Thank you. Joey Frost, followed by Thomas Newman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here to help us to figure out what's going on with the mullet fishery. My name is Joey Frost, and I think everybody, probably the whole state, has heard of the big catch that we caught. I want to make it correct. It was 77,600 pounds that we caught today. And me personally, I've been in the mullet fishing business since I was a toddler with my father when he was mullet fishing on the beach. I'm 67-year-old, so I've been in this business at least 60 years that I've worked. And 1974, when I graduated from high school, we caught a school of mullet around 92,000 up here on this Bogeyland End. But the school we caught this year is the second biggest that me personally I have been involved with. But what I want to do is this. I'm also a part of the mullet committee that you guys set up. We had a really bad time this year because it made a derby. What you done made a derby because the last 3 or 4 days of the season, all of the gill netters were going night and day. And I'm going to emphasize that word night and day. And the dealer we got, thank God that he had the capability of handling it. We called him up on a Thursday morning. In fact, 2 weeks ago this morning, we were bailing our fish right at this time. He called us and said, I have no capacity to handle it. And I said, why? He said, because we caught so many fish in the last couple of days. I said, Brent, we've got 40 or so thousand pounds on this beach. If you allow us to let them go and by 2/3 of them died, it is going to be a mess. So he did force himself, and he did, and thank God Brent did do what he needed to do to take care of this problem. So we don't need to go back to a derby system, a closure date, because all it does is it messes things up. And part of that committee, I think what you need to do after seeing what happened this year with that Derby system, because I don't think you're going to push it through, but we need to go back and you need to direct the director to do some more work with the committee, and also you need to add more people. You need to add the fish house dealers, because what you do here reflects to them to what they can do. And if you do something that they can't do it doesn't make a difference what you do, because we all rely on the fish houses. And if we don't have them to correct some problems or make things better, I don't care what we do, but we need to go back to committee,
30
look at what
seconds.
we've done this year, and make sure that we can have more ideas. I've got more ideas I want to bring up, and also Sammy Corbett, he's got ideas we need to bring up. And I wish that you would table this until we have more meetings and get this finalized so we can bring something to the division, and the division can bring back to you for you to pass. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thomas Newman, followed by Glenn Skinner.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Newman. I'm a commercial fisherman, and I also work with NCFA. And today I would like to talk about recreational data collection, specifically for southern flounder. The handout I gave you shows how recreational harvest numbers have changed every time we've updated our southern flounder FMP. Note the large and non-consistent changes for most years of data. In the original 2005 FMP, MRFs was used to calculate hook and line estimates. A 2.5-year DMF study was used to estimate recreational gig harvest, and a 2-year DMF survey was used to estimate recreational commercial gear license landings to give us the total recreational harvest. In Amendment 1, recreational hook and line harvest was again estimated using MRFs, but the recreational gig harvest survey was recalculated, and the recreational gig harvest was set equal to the annual hook and line harvest throughout the time series. In Amendment 1, the recreational commercial gear license data was deemed unreliable and was not used, although it represented 97,000 pounds of harvest annually in the original 2005 FMP. In Amendment 2, hook and line recreational harvest estimates were collected in and back calculated with MRIP estimates. Recreational gig harvest in Amendment 2 went through yet a third estimation method change in which recreational gig harvest were calculated through a DMF mail survey. A hindcasting approach was then used to recalculate gig harvest estimates prior to 2010. Recreational commercial gear landings harvest, past and present, were again disregarded and not considered for Amendment 2. None of the recreational catch estimate methods we have previously used have given us accurate results. Our current data collection method, MRIP, is not designed to monitor and track landings and pulse fisheries like our 2-week flounder harvest season. It is well documented that MRIP is likely to produce highly variable estimates for short harvest seasons. We have also been told that more changes are coming from MRIP, so we know our recreational harvest data will be changing once again. Mandatory recreational harvest reporting has been passed by NC legislation. NCFA fully supports mandatory reporting because everyone sees that the past and current methods of collecting recreational data has failed to produce reliable estimates time and again. Recreational harvest reporting has been successful in other states, and it can be successful in North Carolina as well if we have support from the division and this commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Glenn Skinner, followed by Brent Fulcher.
Glenn Skinner, I'm Executive Director of North Carolina Fisheries Association, also a commercial fisherman. Want to start off by saying I don't take what I'm about to say lightly. I brought a copy of the 2022 striped mullet stock assessment with me, and when I get done speaking, I'm going to go put it in the men's room. I encourage each one of you to make use of it, and I don't mean as reading material. No document ever produced by the Division of Marine Fisheries has been in such stark contrast to what's occurring on our waters. I have rode mullet fish for over 30 years. I have never seen the massive schools of fish that we've seen the last 2 years. This is an expanding stock. This is not a depleted stock. It's not overfished. Overfishing is not occurring. It could not be with the expansion we're seeing in the numbers and the size of fish. I'm frustrated. All the fishermen you heard last night are frustrated. What we're seeing does not match what this stock assessment suggests is happening. These are one of the most visible species of fish that we have in this state. It would take very little effort for the Division of Marine Fisheries to get out on the water and verify what we're seeing. They're massive black schools. You can put a beach chair on that beach and sit there and watch them swim by. You can see them without any effort at all. This is not flounder. It's nothing like flounder. The reproductive capability has to be amazing from these fish because we are seeing massive expansions in this stock. Now, I've heard several comments about the recreational sector not having much of an impact on this stock. If y'all do decide to read this, rather than the way I suggested you use it, look at pages 91 and 92, the charts that suggest how many fish in numbers are being harvested by each sector. You will see that in numbers of fish, rather than pounds, the recreational sector is quite often harvesting more than the commercial sector. Unfortunately, that's not the way the data is presented to you. But nevertheless, that harvest, recreational or commercial, does not seem to be having a major impact on this stock. It is expanding. We have seen massive schools. Prior to last year, I could count on one hand the sets I've made over 10, 15,000 pounds in my life with a gill net. It's a regular occurrence now. You can't hardly run the net over unless you are extra careful without catching 10, 15,000 pound of fish. I can show you videos, and I want to thank Commissioner Bethea for sitting out here last night and looking at the pictures and videos that a lot of the fishermen that chose not to speak last night showed him. And I wish all of y'all would do the same. This is a drastic
30
mistake
seconds.
to take harsh actions in this fishery. Prior to this being presented to the commission, I sat down with Director Rawls and other division staff I've talked to personally, and they all expressed concerns about this stock assessment and the data. And those concerns, unfortunately, have not been expressed to this commission, in my opinion, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent Fulcher, followed by Thomas Mendoza.
Thank you, Chairman and Commission members. My name is Brent Fulcher. I'm Chairman of North Carolina Fisheries Association, also a business owner in Craven and Carteret counties. Last night I gave you this document to be passed around to you, and it's just information. But one thing I want to say first, we lost a huge resource in the commercial fishing industry, actually fishing industry on the East Coast, and Jimmy Rule that passed away in September. And Jimmy was exponential in helping stock assessments when the federal government couldn't do a stock assessment that was actually validated or accredited to be really accurate, real-time type data. So he started doing a lot of the inshore surveys with the University of Virginia Marine Institute of Science, and really made a big difference in actual stock assessment in real time. Most of our stock assessments lag behind, and I'm really becoming to start to not have very much faith in the stock assessments that's coming out of the state for a multitude of reasons. But just my landings alone that you're looking at, last year I purchased 528,000 pounds of mullet for the year. This year, through the closure date, I purchased 524,000 pounds. You heard a fisherman tell you earlier about capacity in the fishery. We exceeded our capacity to even handle the fish. We had to quit buying for 36 hours, so I would have been in addition to what I purchased last year for the entire year. And on the second page, you can see last year I purchased 101,000 pounds past the closure date. So I'm pretty sure that you would have saw the biggest landing in history this year in the mullet fishery if it would have operated like it has traditionally. Buyers were forced to get started earlier. They, in turn, created a derby fishery. A lot of them couldn't handle the fish soured, the buyers quit. A lot of people lost their market. So you might see landings actually down, but it's only because of market conditions, not because the fish weren't there. I could have packed probably 300,000 to 400,000 more pounds of fish if I'd have took on all the fishermen that called me, wanting me to take them, but I couldn't take the risk of not being able to handle the product in a wholesome manner for food safety. We did all we could do, as you heard that fisherman that had that 70+ thousand pound set. I mean, we took those fish on, and if it had been one day, either way, he just caught it right with the weather. Because if it had been warmer, we would have lost a lot of those fish. But we took them and we got them handled in their
30 seconds.
food source. So I would recommend you to look at this data. I understand that you don't typically look at landings, but if you look at last year's landings, and you look at this year's landings, and everybody that you've talked to, and any videos that you're talking about, this stock is definitely expanding, so there's something got to be wrong. And one thing that Mr. Rule always said that I'll always hang my hat on is, no one should make more than a 10% reduction, plus or minus, in a stock allocation in a given year because of so many reasons. Your socioeconomic and harvest levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Mendoza, and I see where Anthony Mendoza signed up too, but I believe you spoke last night, so.
I'm going to pass. Joey pretty much said what I said.
Okay, good enough. All right, has everybody had a chance to address the commission that cares to at this time? If so, our public comment session is closed. I'd like to call our November 2023 meeting of the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission business meeting to order. Would everybody please stand with me, and before we say the Pledge of Allegiance, give a moment of silence to our higher power for our business that we're doing today and any special needs. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to remind my fellow commissioners about our need to avoid a conflict of interest. I'd like to recite North Carolina General Statute 138A-15E, which mandates at the beginning of any meeting of a board, the chair shall remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest under Chapter 138. The chair shall also inquire as to whether there is any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at that time. Does anybody see a personal conflict of interest with the business that we're going to be taking up today? None being said, I also want everybody to reflect on North Carolina General Statute 143B-289.54.G2 for further clarification on conflict of interest. Okay, Laura, would you give us our roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Bethea?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Corbett?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Present.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Here.
Thank you.
We have a quorum. We may conduct business. Before you too is our agenda for, we're going to try to make it a one-day meeting, which I think that we can do. We don't have a lot to take up, so we're going to try to get this done today. There are several adjustments to the agenda that I want to make, and please refer over to, actually it's tomorrow's work, dealing with rulemaking. We have a need to not take up at this time, probably at our next meeting. In the first section that says vote on final approval, we need to not take up NCAC 03K 01.0110 and further down .0302 and the last three votes. We do not need to do those at this time. If anybody wants to know why, I'll bring Catherine up here to explain this. If nobody has any real questions or concerns, we'll just remove those from the agenda, put them on next meeting's agenda, and move on. Is everybody good with us removing those for this vote? Commissioner Roller? Yeah, to accept the agenda as modified.
A motion to accept the agenda as modified.
Second.
So, second. Further discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed without dissension. You're also received,
Chairman Bizzle.
excuse me,
Who was
yes.
the second? Huggins.
Huggins.
Thank you, sorry.
Also, you were sent out the minutes from our last meeting. Are there any additions, corrections, deletions that need to be made on those minutes? If not, the chair would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Commissioner Roller, is there a second? Okay, Commissioner McNeil, great. Further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes without dissension. In your briefing materials, you have items under my chairman's report, some letters and online comments, everything about ethics training and SCI. Laura, do we know if everybody's up to date on that?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Everyone's up to date.
Our 2024 meeting schedule, the commission committee assignments, and the MFC work plan. Also, in your materials, you will see our committee reports. We now need to hear a report from our nominating committee. Chris Savage, would you come up and give that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. North Carolina general statutes require that the MFC approve nominees for federal fishery management council seats for the governor's consideration. The governor must nominate no fewer than 3 individuals for a federal fishery management council seat. And then the U.S. Secretary of Commerce will appoint one of the nominees to the council seat. Sarah Winslow is the current at-large member from North Carolina on the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and she's completing her 3rd consecutive term, so she's not eligible for reappointment. The MFC's nominating committee met last month and forwarded the following individuals to the MFC for consideration for the South Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council's at-large seats. So for the South Atlantic Council, the nominees are as follows. Tom Roller, a charter boat captain from Beaufort and current North Carolina at-large member on the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. Chris Kimmery, a charter boat captain from Morehead City. Mike Oppegard, a charter boat captain from Topsail Island. And Jot Owens, a charter boat captain from Wrightsville Beach. And for the Mid-Atlantic Council, the nominees are Anna Beckwith, a guide service owner from Morehead City. Stuart Creighton, recreational angler from Eastern North Carolina. And Bill Gorham, a fishing lure manufacturer from Southern Shores. Biographical summaries for each are included in your briefing material. So the commission needs to approve nominees for the North Carolina at-large seats on the South Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Councils today. And as always, we advise that the commission not select the preferred candidates for these appointments, but instead leave those decisions to the governor. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll answer any questions.
Questions about the report or the nominees? Commissioner McNeil.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Can I make a motion to approve candidates for both councils?
Yes.
In one motion?
Yes.
That's what I'd like to do.
Okay. All right. Is there a second to it?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Corbett. Any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote on this, Laura.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Bethea.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton. Thank you. Commissioner Corbett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Huggins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller.
Recuse.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes without dissension. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the director report. Director Rawls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners, everyone. I've just got a few things for you for a legislative update. I want to talk a little bit about House Bill 600. This bill had some wide-ranging impacts for many of the Department of Environmental Quality divisions, including the Division of Marine Fisheries. There are 3 sections of this bill that have direct impacts to the division, and I want to just cover those briefly. First was in Section 7, where It established certain requirements for issuance of 401 certifications by the Department of Environmental Quality for certain dredging projects or for projects involving the distribution or transmission of energy or fuel. In section 10.5, there was a prohibition on dredging moratorium periods that are not otherwise required by federal law. And then in section 6, which you've heard some mention of in public comment, is the phased-in mandatory commercial and recreational reporting of certain fish harvests. And I want to briefly describe our task, your tasks, and timeframes in which we have been required to complete these tasks for this phased-in mandatory reporting. The commission has been tasked with rulemaking, beginning with temporary rulemaking, which must be completed and moving by December the 1st of 2024. These rules must specify how and when all recreational fishermen in North Carolina will report the harvest of red drum, striped bass, spotted sea trout, weak fish, and flounder. And in addition, the commission must develop rules to require all commercial fishermen to report their harvest regardless of sale when they are engaged in a commercial fishing operation. And this will require the division to work with the commission to develop rule language. So if this is the first that you've heard of this bill, it will certainly not be the last. And we will be working together on this, and we will keep you posted as to our progress. In addition to rulemaking, the department was allocated $5 million in the budget to develop a reporting application. These funds are non-recurring, and they currently expire on June the 30th, 2024, so in about 7 months. Well, as you all know, the government doesn't do anything in 7 months. We don't have a lot of time, and we don't have a lot of funds to complete this task. And while $5 million may be sufficient for us to develop an application or have someone develop an application to collect the data, it's not for data collection, the time frame is not adequate. We're currently working on a strategy to address these tasks and the timeframes, including reaching out to other agencies and organizations who may be willing to help collaborate with us on this project. This is a very challenging task for the Division of Marine Fisheries. It would be challenging to anybody. This has been added to our plate that is completely overflowing. And $5 million is a lot of money, but that is for app development. It is not, we did not get one person, and this is a mandatory reporting requirement, which we did not get one law enforcement position either for enforcement of this. I want to manage stakeholders' expectations about what this will lead us to. I think that is very important, and we'll be continuing to have those conversations as we try to help people understand recreational reporting and recreational monitoring. If it was as easy as giving someone $5 million and saying, here, go do this within a year, everybody would be doing it. So let's all just keep that in mind. If we all support improved reporting on both sides of the ball, I absolutely support that. But there is not a silver bullet for this. This is not a one-and-done thing. And if somebody says that it is, they just simply do not know what they're talking about. So I just want to make sure that we manage expectations right out of the gate for this. Moving on to talk a little bit more about the budget bill. On October the 3rd, the budget passed by the General Assembly, was not opposed by the governor, and it became effective. I want to share some of the key things that do impact or have impacted the division. We did get a 4% raise across the board salary increase for our employees for fiscal year 23-24, an additional 3% in fiscal year 24-25. We also got some supplemental increases for our Marine Patrol officers. Historically, the Marine Patrol has been one of the lowest paid law enforcement agencies in the state, and this increase, combined with previous actions over the last several years for increases, will better align those salaries with other state law enforcement officers. I want to note, and this probably goes unnoticed by most folks, but when the General Assembly gives across-the-board salary increases, they only allocate funds for our appropriated positions. And just to give you an idea, at the department level, only 30% of DEQ positions are fully appropriated. So for the other 70% of the positions, DEQ uses non-appropriated funding, including fees to cover legislative salary increases from within the existing budget. So at the division, we are a little bit better off. We have a higher percentage of appropriated positions. About 63% of our positions are appropriated. However, it means that all of our non-appropriated salary increases basically come from the operating budgets that fund those positions. So every time we get a salary increase like that, those positions that are not appropriated digs into our operating funds for our projects. Deputy Director Mike Leffler will be given an operational overview of the division and talk about some of our current challenges a little bit later, so I won't get into too much of that here, but I just did want to emphasize the budgetary strain that this division continues to be under. And then we just get additional work put on our plate. So I know it's a complaint that nobody ever wants to hear, nobody ever wants to talk about, but it is very real for this division. So moving on, I just have a brief update on the CCA lawsuit. I want to emphasize again, the extensive amount of time staff has spent fulfilling the requests that are part of this process. With that said, the parties are continuing to exchange information through the discovery process. And as you heard in public comment, the judge has set a schedule for the major events in this case, which does include a deadline of July 2024 for discovery and September 2024 for some motions. So that's just a brief update on the lawsuit. And if you have anything, any questions offline, we'll be glad to try and help answer any of those. And Sean or Philip can help with that. Just a couple of comments about flounder season. We had a very busy flounder season this year. Colonel Whitten will be updating you on enforcement, and I think Steve Poland will probably have some other updates, so I won't get into it too much. But we do get a lot of calls about why we have flounder, one fish flounder. We got some comments last night about how great the fishing was in South Carolina, and I just want to remind everyone that South Carolina is overfished and overfishing as well. And this is not just a North Carolina responsibility, but North Carolina has absolutely taken this responsibility seriously and acted appropriately. We have been getting reports from fishermen that there are more fish and bigger fish, and I think that's exactly what we want to hear, so we feel like that is a certainly positive things that we are hearing. Secondly, and maybe even more important, and as we predicted, there was a significant public confusion around the separate flounder seasons in the state and where those regulations applied. That issue is not resolved, and it is a significant challenge that will impact other fisheries. Striped mullet comes to mind. It's impacting striped mullet now. Spotted sea trout down the road potentially impact that as well, and there are obviously others. And as the separate rules recently established by the Wildlife Resources Commission continue to fall out of sync with Marine Fisheries Commission rules, with division proclamations, and out of compliance with interstate and federal management for marine and estuarine species. I won't go on and on about this issue. I know we talk about it every time, and you may hear some more from your council during some rulemaking updates as well later on in the meeting. And I did want to just make a couple of comments about social media and tips that we receive. I know some of you received an email with some pictures. And first of all, I want to say to the folks that take time to send us these pictures and these reports from their experiences out fishing, we appreciate each one of those. We've got 56 Marine Patrol officers that are responsible for 4,000 miles of shoreline and 2.5 million acres of water, so we need all the help we can get. Please, we do investigate these tips, these photos. We do look into these things. And even if you do not hear back from me directly, it does not mean we're not doing anything. And you can ask Colonel Whitten. I'm annoying as I can be when it comes to reports of any kind of illegal activity, or even perceived illegal activity. And that's really one of the other things that I wanted to remind people. It may look illegal from a photo, but we can't just take that photo and assume that someone is participating in illegal activity. It requires investigating, which we do. And in fact, I dare say we probably investigate just about everyone we get to some extent or another. So it's important for people to understand that just because it looks illegal doesn't necessarily mean it always is. And just because you want it to be illegal or think it should be illegal, it doesn't necessarily mean it is. So just keep that in mind when you send in tips. Please continue to send them, but just be mindful that it does take some investigation. Sometimes the investigation ends up to look exactly like the picture looks, and then sometimes it doesn't turn out that way at all. So just bear with us as we look through these and try to figure out exactly what is going on from a lot of the tips and things that we get. You may have noticed on the agenda, I think we talked about this a little last time, I've added quite a few section chief reports from different sections throughout the division in hopes that this will give the commission a little bit of a better information as to what activities we've got going on at the division level. So most of all of our section chiefs are here, and they will be delivering individual reports about some activities that are going on in their sections. And I want to start with, I've asked Deputy Director Mike Leffler to come up and give you a report on division operations and some of our challenges. And this is something that Deputy Director Lupton used to do every once in a while, and I think it's a good time for us to do that considering the challenges that we're having post-COVID and hiring and salary. So Mike, if you'll come up and do that, please.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Director Rawls. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Mike Leffler, Deputy Director of the Division. I've been tasked to come before you today and provide an overview of DMF operations. I'll walk you through the Division's operations, provide some details on our annual budget, and some highlights over the last years of operations. And with your schedule, I'll try to be brief. Many of you know me. I struggle with that, but I'll do my best. I'd like to start with a reminder that the Division of Marine Fisheries is dedicated to ensuring sustainable marine and estuarine fisheries and habitats for the benefit and health of the people of North Carolina. The Division ensures healthy, sustainable marine and estuarine fisheries and habitats through management decisions based on sound data and objective analysis. We monitor and evaluate coastal waters for safe harvest of molluscan shellfish and recreational uses to safeguard the public health of shellfish consumers and recreational bathers. We provide excellent public service by motivated employees in an open and healthy working environment. We view public participation as essential for successful management of North Carolina fisheries resources. And we enforce marine fisheries statutes and rules fairly and consistently. To meet the mission of the Division, we're organized into 9 sections that report to the Director and the Deputy Director. These sections are the Director's Office, Fisheries Management, Marine Patrol, Administrative and Maintenance Services, Shellfish Sanitation and Recreational Water Quality, License and Statistics, Habitat Enhancement, as well as direct connections with the Division of Information Technology, the Office of Public Affairs, and the Division of Facilities, Health, and Safety with DEQ. The Director's Office includes the Deputy Director, who manages the sections and liaisons with the Division of Information Technology, Facilities, Health, Safety, and the Office of Public Affairs. The Director's Office also includes 3 executive assistants to councils and commissions. The positions serve on the Mid-Atlantic, the South Atlantic Fishery Management Councils, and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission.
They represent North Carolina's interest along with liaison with you, the Marine Fisheries Commission. Along with day-to-day operations, the Director's Office develops a strategic plan for the division, coordinates rule development, coordinates the division's safety and IT steering committees, and many, many special projects. We'll start with the Fisheries Management section. This houses the majority of the division's biologists and is responsible for leading the development of fishery management plans, conducting fisheries and gear research, resource monitoring, including stock assessments, collection of biological information, administering incidental take permits, and representing DMF on many interstate technical committees. This work is carried out in 2 coastal districts which separate the state's uniquely different fisheries. This section also administers coast-wide programs that many of you are familiar with, including the citation program, the carcass collection program, the tagging program, and the age lab. We also process and certify many state records. The Habitat Enhancement section manages a wide range of programs, including aquaculture permitting, shellfish leases, habitat mapping, the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, oyster restoration, and artificial reefs. They have some great interactive maps for a number of their programs, including the Shellfish Aquaculture Tool, and produce the Artificial Reef Guide. This section recently finished the RV Oyster Creek retrofits and is now actively deploying additional materials using this new platform, which can carry 3 times more materials per deployment. That's a big win for the division. In addition, this section is involved with several special projects, the public trust and submerged land issues, as well as the Governor's Executive Order 80, which is North Carolina's commitment to address climate change and address the transition to clean energy economy. The License and Statistics section coordinates the commercial trip ticket program, the coastal angling program, and collects, processes, and conducts economic analyses on commercial and recreational fisheries. This section is responsible for the sale of fishing licenses, including the coastal recreational fishing license and the standard and retired commercial fishing licenses. They also issue the many agency permits at DMF offices. This section is responsible for the oversight of the Marine Recreational Information Programs, Access Point Angler Intercept Survey in North Carolina, as well as the Albemarle Sound and CSMA Krill surveys, and not to mention quota monitoring several commercial fisheries. They also administer the Marine Fisheries Commission's license eligibility process and are working diligently on several relief programs as they come about. And I'd be remiss if I did not mention that this section will be heavily involved in the development of the mandatory reporting of commercial and recreational fisheries as required by recent legislation and Director Rawls' comments. Marine Patrol has officers that work in 3 law enforcement districts along the coast. It is their job to ensure compliance with conservation regulations and protect the state's fisheries resources. Officers also inspect seafood houses, fish dealers, and restaurants that buy or sell North Carolina seafood. They do this by boat, fixed-wing aircraft, and patrol vehicles. In addition to these regular duties, Marine Patrol also perform emergency services in cases of natural disaster. To this end, Marine Patrol recently added a swiftwater rescue team that is an asset to the region during flooding and hurricane events. Marine Patrol currently has 56 positions, 54 of which are staffed. Almost 100% there. We're getting close. Active recruiting is ongoing for the remaining 2 positions, and an increase in the number of Marine Patrol officers has actively been pursued as enforcement demands continue to increase. The Shellfish Sanitation and Recreational Water Quality Program protects public health by monitoring shellfish and swimming waters for pollution through laboratories in the Wilmington and Morehead City offices and a new location that's coming online in the Manio Field Office. This section develops polluted area proclamations, which include temporary closures and reopenings to shellfish harvest due to bacteriological water quality, as well as changes to permanent closed areas due to sanitary survey findings. North Carolina is also part of the National Shellfish Sanitation Program, administered by the Food and Drug Administration and implemented by the state. It's followed by the shellfish industry. The NSSP is designed to prevent human illnesses associated with the consumption of shellfish. In order for North Carolina to ship shellfish interstate, satisfactory compliance criteria contained in the NSSP Guide for the Control of Molluscan Shellfish Model Ordinance must be met. Like the habitat enhancement section, this group has developed several interactive mapping tools to identify temporary and permanent closure areas, as well as an updated swimming advisory results to get this information to the public in near real time. The administrative maintenance services support the division through budget management, purchasing and contracts, grants that we both receive and that we administer, and maintenance of state-owned facilities and equipment such as boats and trailers. This section processes travel for all DMF employees, as well as you, the MFC, and the MFC advisory committees and process purchase orders and invoices in the North Carolina accounting system. Transition to this system recently has been challenging the last couple of months, but Beth and her staff have taken command of this, and they've actively been training to assist the department in getting actions complete. Maintenance staff support many division-owned trailers, boats, and vessels to keep them on the water in a safe operating condition for our staff. This includes over 180 pieces of equipment from Elizabeth City to Wilmington across nearly all of our sections. Maintenance is also responsible for the upkeep of 55,000 square feet of division-owned buildings and 45 acres of grounds, as well as our chillers, boilers, fuel pumps, and other infrastructure. This section is working on a few large projects this year, including upgrades to the electrical and plumbing on the headquarters pier, replacement of the access pier on the boat ramp at headquarters, as well as repairs to the above-ground fuel storage facilities we've been having issues with. Staff in this section also administer grants through the EPA, through NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as assist the Marine Fisheries Commission and the Commercial Fishing Resource Fund. Managing almost $6 million in grants annually, this section is responsible for allowing smooth daily operations of the division, keeping staff paid and equipped so all of our sections can focus on their specialties. The information technology section is critical to the daily operations of the division. As you all know, not much occurs these days without the aid of a computer or a database in fisheries management. IT staff manages and maintains our biological database, which houses all of our biological data. They maintain and upgrade the fisheries information network that houses the commercial license sales and trip tickets. This section will be instrumental in the development of the mandatory reporting that is actively being worked on. And the section works closely with the division through our IT steering committee, as well as the mapping advisory team and our biological user group. They have staff expertise in programming, application development, database management, GIS technology, and drones. The section keeps our computers running smoothly through support of our help desk and keeps data at our fingertips for our stock assessments, analysis, and development of our fishery management plans. They also help develop the interactive maps you heard about, such as the lease application, our swimming advisory page, our shellfish closure mapping tools, and our artificial reef guide. The public affairs section includes public information, environmental education, and our creative services group. Staff work to support division initiatives and objectives through development of materials and events to help communicate information to the public. Avenues for public interaction include press releases, our social media pages, and many outreach events we participate throughout the year here in North Carolina. Two major events this year include our 200th anniversary and jamboree that was held in June, and the division attendance at the State Fair this past October. The section coordinates the Director's Communication Action Team and is representation across all division sections. Staff also maintain and enhance our division website, as well as provide photography and video services for the division. And this section is critical in helping us get our message out to the public. The division Marine Fisheries has 6 offices across eastern North Carolina. These offices are the Elizabeth City Field Office, the Manio Field Office that now also encompasses our new Northern Shellfish Lab, which is a big win, our Washington Regional Office, the Central District Office, and our division headquarters in Morehead City, which also houses our Central Shellfish Lab. And we also have the Wilmington Regional Office, which includes our Southern Shellfish Lab. We also have several stockpile facilities for habitat enhancement section, most of those in eastern North Carolina, with our largest in South River. The division currently has 315 positions, though not all of these positions have an active employee in them. Of those 315 positions, 266 are full-time positions, and we currently have 21 vacancies in full-time positions. We also have an additional staff of 49 temporary employees, where we currently have 11 vacancies at this time. The temporary employees fill valuable roles within the division for administrative staff, technicians, port agents, creel agents, conservation biologists, utility workers, observers, and a social research specialist, all valuable staff. We did have 3 new positions created through this year's budget, 2 staff members dedicated to the new RV Oyster Creek, and 1 staff member to assist with the shellfish program. These overall totals do not include staff who work with human resources, facilities, health and safety, information technology, or our public information offices. They report directly to the Department of Environmental Quality. Out of the 266 full-time positions, 67.3 are state appropriated, 42 are on federal grants, and 56.7 are funded through receipts. And this is important, as some of these positions are split funded, which is why you see these positions are not whole numbers. So we do sometimes split fund positions for budgetary reasons. Where funding originates for these positions is important in the overall budget for the division. I'll get into that in just a minute. Staffing challenges are a really big issue for DMF these days. Our stock assessment group, for example, has 2 of 3 positions vacant. And that includes our lead analyst and program manager. Our recreational port agents, which conduct the MRIP sampling, have been dealing with a high vacancy rate as well. These vacancies impact the number of samples we obtain, which is going to impact our PSEs around our estimates for MRIP. One of the biggest challenges for this program are the cost of living increases throughout the state, particularly in the Outer Banks area of North Carolina. Housing is difficult to find is impacting programs in some areas more than others. For example, our biologist supervisor position in Manio was vacant for 9 months. We've had a habitat enhancement position in Manio vacant for 2 years. And I want to emphasize that these long vacancies don't mean that we're not recruiting, that we're not interviewing candidates, when in fact we are. And we're having trouble finding people willing to accept these positions for various reasons. And we often hear several reasons. And those reasons are declines due to salary or housing availability in the area. We're in a post-COVID world now, and people desire to work remotely from home. While in some organizations this may be fruitful, but it is a challenge in DMF. DMF currently is not supporting teleworking schedules across the board, but we do allow a flexible work schedule to accommodate family illnesses and appointments, et cetera. Competitive salaries is another issue. We've been working to increase salaries for many staff members throughout the division. In 2023, we were able to increase over 70 positions through our salary administration plan, which is a giant success. While this is good news, it is still not able to get all of our staff to what we would consider a livable wage. Nor did it provide increases for staff with many years of experience. That is to say, we can hire a technician today, and they'll be paid nearly identical to a technician in the division who's been here for 25 years. This experience is valuable to the division with insight and relationships with our fishermen across user groups, and we're trying to figure out a way to reward staff that have that valuable resource. Assets are critical to the day-to-day operations of the division. DMF has a fleet of over 150 vehicles, trailers, and vessels, as well as some less conventional equipment in fisheries, including dump trucks, conveyors, a Mack truck and trailer, fixed-wing aircraft, and dedicated trailers with specialized equipment for our swiftwater rescue teams. Other assets instrumental to our organization include computers and associated IT infrastructure. Unfortunately, not all of these assets are new. Replacement of aging resources quickly diminish our operating budget. Increases in fuel costs, repair costs, outfitting with electronics and safety equipment needs all drain the division's limited resources. To maintain our staff and conduct our operations, the division has an annual budget of almost $39 million, of which almost 57% comes from state appropriations, 15% from federal grants, 10% from commercial and recreational licenses, 14% from our 5-year coastal recreational fishing license plan, and the remaining 4% from other sources. In recent years, there's been a significant focus on salaries from DMF and DEQ to get the lowest earning positions to a livable wage. DMF has been successful in increasing salaries through salary administration plans. For many staff, these changes also create compensation or compression across pay grades and do not always benefit longstanding and highly experienced staff. This legislative session also highlights the importance of salaries as the legislature approved a 4% increase for state employees. And as Director Rawls indicated, this is a good news for staff, but does come with a cost against our operational budget. As these increases provide funding for appropriated positions, but not for other types such as our receipt-funded or our grant-funded positions. So for 34% of our positions, the increases come from operations within their budgeted category. The cost of doing business, whether it is paid, increased fuel costs, repairs, general purchases, these higher costs are absorbed by operations as well. Thankfully, DMF has resilient and amazing staff that are creative and get the job done, but these continued expectations take a toll. So currently, staff are engaged in evaluating our programs to determine those that are essential, such as maintaining data streams to conduct stock assessments. This does not allow for additional sampling strategies to be employed that may yield results useful in assessing or assisting with identifying changes to species assemblages as waters warm or impacts to habitats as water levels rise. Research recommendations contained in our FMPs continue to go unresolved, so we continue to strive to collaborate with other agencies and universities to keep some research opportunities viable. Even with all these difficulties, DMF has, with recruitment, retention, and workloads, the division has a vast group of dedicated staff who are committed to their roles and the mission of the division. I'd like to walk through some highlights that have been accomplished from our team. We've continued the development of the spotted sea trout, eastern oyster, hard clam, and striped mullet FMPs, as well as implementation of adaptive management in the striped bass FMP and in the southern flounder FMP. Work on the blue crab stock assessment, striped bass update, southern flounder update, and the spotted sea trout stock assessment. Retrofits to the RV Oyster Creek so it can carry 150 tons of material per deployment, 3 times more than our next largest vessel. We issued just over 19,000 commercial licenses and permits, 485,000 recreational fishing licenses. We developed a new application for an ITP. We interviewed over 12,000 recreational fishermen, processed over 71,000 commercial trip tickets, completed 800 shellfish sanitation inspections, analyzed over 13,000 recreational and shellfish growing area water samples, inspected over 120,000 commercial and recreational fishermen and 4 hired charter boats. We issued 119 proclamations to manage our fisheries, almost 6,000 saltwater fishing tournament citations, 1,200 carcass collection samples were processed. We've increased our social media coverage to almost 4,000 followers with over 1 million engagements. We attended over 400 educational or exhibit events, interacting with over 40,000 participants. And this does not include the large volume we interacted with at the State Fair this October. We processed over 9,000 quota monitoring logs, while one of our 2 quota monitoring biologist positions was vacant. DMF staff certified 7 new state records for hook and line fishing for white grunt, red hind, big scale pomfret, common thresher shark, gray snapper, blue line tilefish, and a pudding wife. And continual updates to our interactive maps and that the public finds so useful. We launched the BDB web to improve access and reliability to our staff's biological database. We developed an early warning system and other functionality products for Marine Patrol and our Fisheries Information Network. This concludes my presentation, but I wanted to take a minute to thank division staff for the continued excellence we see every year. Challenges with staffing due to housing availability or cost of living increases, salary issues, aging equipment, and competing resources all weigh heavily on every member of our team. Staff continue to work day in and day out to find solutions to problems to ensure our fisheries and habitats remain for the benefit and health of the people of North Carolina. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments for Mike? Commissioner Rowland.
Would you mind going back to your budget slide, the pie chart? What is...
Whoops.
There we go. What is the difference between the recreational operation plan and recreational license?
So the recreational operation plan is the monies we set aside for our 5-year plan. So we develop a 5-year plan that we use that data to support staff and internal research needs.
Well, I mean, where does it come from?
That comes from the coastal recreational fishing licenses.
Okay. Second question is, we've talked a lot about this, but I know it's been really hard to retain stock assessment staff. How does North Carolina's salary compare to other agencies?
Our lead program manager position that just became vacant is very competitive. The other positions within the stock assessment group are on the very low end. So we struggle recruiting for those positions. That's a real struggle.
Any other questions, comments? All right, Mike, thank you very much for your presentation. Director Rawls.
Thank you, Mike. Next up will be Chris Bat-Savage, who is the Special Assistant for Councils and my proxy at ASMFC, as well as Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council.
Morning again. In your brief materials, you'll find the meeting summaries from the last two Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council meetings and the latest ASMFC meeting. For today, I'll cover some highlights from the August Mid-Atlantic Council meeting, and then I'll follow that up with highlights from the ASMFC meeting. So with that, I'll start with summer flounder. The Mid-Atlantic Council and ASMFC, Summer Flounder Scup and Black Sea Bass Management Board, met to set recreational and commercial quotas for these species. The summer flounder quotas were based on the latest stock assessment, which determined that the stock was not overfished, but overfishing was occurring in 2022. For 2024 and 2025, the coastwide commercial quota will be 8.79 million pounds, and the coastwide recreational quota will be 6.35 million pounds. In contrast, the 2023 coastwide commercial quota was 15.27 million pounds, and the recreational quota was 10.62 million pounds. North Carolina gets about 27.4% of the commercial quota when the coastwide quota is less than 9.55 million pounds. So North Carolina's commercial allocation in 2024 and 2025 will be about 2.41 million pounds. And it was about 3.33 million pounds this year before we had some safe harbor quota transfers. Okay, next is bluefish. The Mid-Atlantic Council and ASMFC's Bluefish Management Board met to set commercial and recreational quotas for bluefish. The quotas are also based on the latest stock assessment, which determined that the stock was not overfished and overfishing was not occurring in 2022. Bluefish are still under a 7-year stock rebuilding plan due to the overfish status a few years ago. And in addition, the overall stock biomass estimates and overfish reference points decrease compared to earlier stock assessments. So the quotas are decreasing next year despite the positive assessment results. For 2024, the coastwide commercial quota will be 2.42 million pounds, and the coastwide recreational quota will be just short of 12 million pounds. For 2025, the coastwide commercial quota will be 3.03 million pounds, and the coastwide recreational quota will be 15.7 million pounds. To compare that to 2023, the coastwide commercial quota this year is 4.29 million pounds, and the recreational quota was 14.1 million pounds. North Carolina gets about 32% of the commercial quota, so North Carolina's allocation in 2024 and 2025 will be about 775,000 pounds and 970,000 pounds, respectively. The North Carolina commercial fishery this year has landed over 1.5 million pounds so far. So quota management next year is going to be very challenging, especially bluefish availability in our waters is similar to this year. And the recreational regs for bluefish, however, will remain the same. That is a 5-fish bag limit for the for-hire sector and a 3-fish bag limit for private anglers, and that ranges from Maine to Florida. All right, so next I'll cover some highlights from the latest ASMFC meeting, which was just held on the other side of the county last month. Start off with cobia. The Coastal Projects Management Board initiated an addendum to the cobia FMP to address recreational cobia quota reallocation. The current recreational allocations are calculated based on states' percentages of coastwide landings through 2015. However, harvest patterns since 2015 have changed such that most of the cobia harvest now occurs outside of the southeast region, mostly in Virginia now. The board recommended that the plan development team explore options to consider the seasonality of the species in various regions, and if state-by-state soft targets are appropriate for managing pulse fisheries like cobia. The board also chose at this meeting to maintain status quo state waters recreational management measures for the 2024 fishing season. Typically, the technical committee would determine state management measures through comparing each state's recent harvest to state harvest targets. However, this year, in addition to the harvest target evaluations, the board also tasked the technical committee with reviewing impacts of status quo recreational management measures. Status quo management measures in 2024 are designed to maintain some management stability in anticipation of recreational management changes from the upcoming recreational reallocation addendum. Okay, next up is black drum. The Cyanids Management Board received a presentation on the results of an update to the black drum indicators of stock abundance and stock and fishery characteristics that were developed during the 2023 benchmark stock assessment, as well as recommendations from the technical committee on the results of the update. Overall, the indicators showed mixed signs of stability and declines since the assessment. However, the updated indicator values didn't really deviate outside of the historical range of observed values. So the board agreed with the technical committee's recommendation of no changes to the current black drum stock assessment schedule, but continue to closely monitor these indicators. Okay, next I'll cover the stock assessment progress updates for red drum, spot, and croaker. The Cyanids Board received an update on the ongoing red drum, spot, and Atlantic croaker benchmark stock assessments. The Red Drum Stock Assessment Subcommittee has met several times, and the assessment is still scheduled for completion next fall. However, the timelines for the spot and croaker stock assessments have changed due to the lead modeler taking a new job. As a result, the croaker stock assessment will be completed first, with a peer review expected probably in late 2024, and then the spot stock assessment will follow with a peer review expected in 2025. Both assessments were originally scheduled to be completed in next year. And just as a reminder, neither species currently has a peer-reviewed stock assessment available for management. Okay, I'll wrap things up with striped bass because ASMFC can't meet without striped bass meeting, it seems. The Striped Bass Management Board approved Draft Addendum 2 to the Striped Bass FMP for public comment. The draft addendum considers management measures designed to support stocker building by reducing fishing mortality to the target in 2024. Projections indicate that a 14.5% reduction in total removals compared to 2022 is needed to have a 50% chance of being at or below the fishing mortality target in 2024. For the recreational fishery, the draft addendum proposes recreational bag and size limit options for the ocean and Chesapeake Bay regions, including options with different size limits, different limits for the for-hire sector. To address concerns about recreational filleting allowances and compliance with recreational size limits, the draft addendum includes an option that would establish minimum requirements for states that authorize at-sea and shoreside filleting of striped bass, that is, needing to retain the fish racks after you're done filleting the fish. For the commercial fishery, the draft addendum proposes a quota reduction option that would reduce commercial quotas by up to 14%, with the final percent reduction to be determined by the board. The public hearings and comment period will occur this month and next month, and actually the first public hearing was held last night. The hearing schedule can be found on ASMFC's website, and there's both in-person and webinar meetings scheduled. The board will review the submitted comments and consider final action on the addendum in January at ASMFC's winter meeting in Arlington, Virginia. The board at this meeting also received an update on the stock status and management of the Albemarle Roanoke striped bass population. As you know, this stock is jointly managed by this commission and the Wildlife Resources Commission, but ASMFC receives regular updates regarding stock status and management changes. The board was informed of the latest stock status, the stocking of juvenile striped bass, and the harvest moratorium for the Albemarle Sound management area. The board was also informed that it is unknown if the Wildlife Resources Commission will implement a moratorium for the Roanoke River Management Area next year, and that the division believes that a complete harvest moratorium is necessary for stock rebuilding, and it's required in the FMP. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments for Chris? You got one, Sammy? Commissioner.
So that means that with the spot and croaker, it'll be 24 before we find out anything about a change in season for the spot, 25?
Not necessarily, because we still do the traffic light analyses, where we, and you're familiar with the traffic light analysis, and I've talked to this commission about this before, where we kind of look at harvest and abundance estimates over time, and that's currently what we're using right now for management. And if we, the thresholds change as far as concern or greater concern, that can happen in the interim, and we're going to receive updates for those analyses next summer. I don't know what that'll look like and whether the board will initiate any changes or not. But in terms of any changes beyond that, it'll be until the assessment has to pass peer review and accepted for management by ASMFC for that to move forward for both those species.
I was just wondering, because it's been one of the best years we've had, so I was just wondering.
It's we'll see, but fortunately we have the traffic light analyses to kind of see how things track from year to year while we wait for the stock assessment.
All right, thanks, sir.
Yep.
Anything else? All right, Chris, thank you very much. Director Rawls.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, Trish Murphy, who is our Executive Assistant for Councils. She's my proxy at the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. Give her a report.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Trish Murphy, the Executive Assistant for Councils, and I'm just going to give you some highlights of what happened at our last South Atlantic Fishery Management Council meeting that was held in Charleston this past September. The council did give final approval for the comprehensive electronic logbook. This will go to formal review by the Secretary of Commerce. And what this amendment is, it's a joint amendment with the Gulf Council and requires commercial logbooks to be submitted in electronic format instead of paper-based forms. This will go with the South Atlantic Snapper Grouper, FMP, the Atlantic Dolphin Wahoo, FMP, the Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico Coastal Migratory Pelagics, as well as the Gulf of Mexico Gulf Reef Fishery Management Plans. Scamp and Yellowmouth Grouper is another amendment we are working on. They are overfished, but overfishing is not occurring. But this amendment will put in place a rebuilding schedule, adjust catch levels, and allocations for both the scamp and the yellowmouth. This amendment also reorganizes the shallow water complexes. It will create a scamp and yellowmouth complex, and therefore we're going to have to redo the other South Atlantic shallow water complexes because we'll be removing yellowmouth from that complex. We are also working on recreational permit amendment 46. This is, just to remind you, this is establishing a private recreational permit that will include mandatory education requirement for the snapper grouper fishery, and we will be reviewing that again in December and sending that out to public hearings. As I reported at the last meeting, black sea bass is overfished and overfishing is occurring and because of high discards and recruitment failure. And so we initiated an amendment in our June meeting. However, we still don't have catch level recommendations, so the SSC is working on, they have formed a work group to look at this and investigate the assessment reference points and projections. Unfortunately, we won't have any information from them until probably around March of 2024, so we have postponed working on that amendment. So in the meantime, we have a framework amendment that we have started, and it's kind of a combination of black sea bass and gag and black grouper So we have been having an ongoing study on the use of ropeless black sea bass pots. And right now, fishermen are working under a exempted fishing permit. And they're able, what this does is they're testing the gear in areas where the right whales migrate. So it's about protection of right whales. So this gear is working. So in order to go ahead and get that gear in place, we are starting a framework amendment to make that an allowable gear. So in the meantime, on that framework amendment, we discovered that after the gag and black grouper amendment passed, we found a mistake in the CFR, which it inadvertently created a vessel limit for 2 fish, be it black, 2 gag, or you could get 2 black. That was not the intent of the FMP. So we're revisiting that to get that fixed. It's only supposed to be 2 fish combination as a vessel limit. So we're working on that, and so trying to get that moved through quickly. We're doing this through a framework. Also, because of the MRIP FES issues that I think you guys are all familiar with, the council did make a series of motions to kind of triage any amendments and stock assessments that would be based on MRIP FES data. Also based on any regulatory timeframes, if we've got to get something rebuilt done by a certain time. So anyway, we can triage these amendments and figure out how the data impacts them. So what happened at the September meeting was we just, Red Snapper Regulatory Amendment 35 came back up. It was actually ready to be sent to the secretary. But however, because of concerns of the impacts of that FES data on that amendment, we actually had a motion that was made to rescind that amendment. However, it was called out of order because it was not on the agenda. So therefore, it is going to be on the agenda at our December meeting. So stay tuned for that discussion. We'll see where that goes. Also, coastal migratory pelagics for Spanish mackerel, we're working on Framework Amendment 13 there. What this amendment does is it updates the catch levels. It did go out to public scoping October 30th and November 1st. I attended the October 30th meeting and they had no comments, but I'm not sure what happened with November 1st. So stay tuned for that. And in the meantime, we are continuing to work on mackerel port meetings. This is meetings that are going to be scheduled virtually in the Gulf and then up and down the Atlantic coast to get a more comprehensive understanding of the king mackerel and Spanish mackerel fisheries and to improve our management efforts there. And we do have Kevin Amen and Amanda Masick from Fisheries Management participating on the planning team, and they're working on dates and times. And right now, it's looking like, this is not finalized, but it's looking like we'll have 3 meetings, 3 port meetings in North Carolina, be it in Hatteras, Morehead City, and Wilmington, and it'll probably occur April 2024. And then following those, we'll probably do a full-blown amendment to look at all the, all the issues, allocation, et cetera, after those input. And last but not least, habitat. We did approve the habitat blueprint. This was a blueprint that establishes goals and objectives for the Council's habitat program. It ensures that the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirements are being addressed correctly. It provides guidance and direction for habitat program activities. And this actually was initiated through Steve Poland, who was in my position at the time. So we've moved forward with that. And right now we'll be looking at a work plan for the Habitat AP that will include an annual report. Also moving forward with the EFH 5-year review, and then also developing a communication strategy. And then our last meeting for the year will be in Beaufort, December 4th through 8th at the Beaufort Hotel. So if you're interested, please come in and attend. And that does it for our September meeting.
Great. Any questions or comments for Trish? Great. Thank you for your report.
All right, thank you.
Director, why don't we take about a 10-minute break and let everybody stretch their legs a little bit? But keep it to 10 because we want to keep things rolling. Okay, let's begin our seats, please. Okay, let's settle down, please. Okay, Director Rawls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jacob Boyd is our Habitat Enhancement Section Chief, and he's going to give you an update on Habitat Enhancement Section activities.
Hello, thank you, Director Rawls and Commissioners. And today I'll be providing an update covering the Habitat Enhancement Section. And our programs are grouped into three general categories: enhancement, habitat, and aquaculture. So I'll start with enhancement. The coastal planning program wrapped up 2023 deployments as of October 25th of this year. We had another successful year, placing approximately 300,000 bushels of shell and marl material to construct approximately 37 acres of new oyster habitat. The biggest success story, as Mike presented on earlier too, was getting our new flagship vessel, the RV Oyster Creek, in use in July, and carrying and deploying a total of 70,000 bushels of material in the first 3 months of service. So since the passage of the budget, 2024 scoping and planning are in their initial stages, and final plans will be in place in early spring. For the Oyster Sanctuary Program, our 3-year partnership on the $14.9 million NOAA Habitat Restoration and Resilience Grant funding with the North Carolina Coastal Federation has begun. The division is presently receiving 40,000 to 50,000 tons of limestone marl and granite rock at South River through the upcoming spring to support year 1 of the project. The focus will be on constructing 2 new oyster sanctuaries in the vicinities of Ma Point and Brant Island Shoal. The Artificial Reef Program concluded a partner project with the CCA to deploy 202 reef balls and 100 natric reef units at AR 293, an estuarine reef site near Pamlico Point. We're in the planning phase of 3 projects for 2024, AR 305 in Onslow Bay, AR 296 in Pamlico Sound near Buxton, and AR 298 in Pamlico Sound near Ocracoke. So now I'll shift over to aquaculture for the Shellfish Lease and Aquaculture Program. We coordinated with all of the DMF sections and regional and county health departments to begin approving shellfish lease tour plans through our aquaculture operation permits. All shellfish leaseholders will have the opportunity to submit their plan for conducting shellfish lease tours for the division and county health departments to review and approve. We're also collaborating with the NC State Extension and Tourism, Sea Grant, and the Oyster Trail to provide best management practices and resources to help shellfish leaseholders with their plans. AOP renewal forms have gone out to all of the AOP holders following the streamlined process from last year. We have simplified the AOP specific permit conditions to include only what is related to an applicant's permit to help clarify the conditions that apply to them. We are continuing to process the 51 shellfish lease applications we received this year and are preparing to schedule public hearings for these applications in the upcoming months. We anticipate holding 2 to 3 public hearings this year, and we'll be holding the remainder in early 2024. There is one current shellfish lease applicant who has appealed the director's decision to deny a shellfish lease from earlier this year. This appeal will be heard by the Office of Administrative Hearings in early February. So lastly, I'll focus on our habitat. The Coastal Habitat Protection Program conducted fall SAV sampling in the southern half of Pamlico Sound, and APNEP contracted DOT to get imagery. Staff participated with the division's state fair outreach as part of the CHIP communication plan. We organized and led a workshop with the Division of Coastal Management titled Living Shorelines Habitat Trade-Off Considerations for Design and Permit Review. The audience included state and federal resource and regulatory agencies, researchers, and restoration professionals that are involved in some aspect of living shorelines. The purpose of the workshop was to improve all attendees' understanding on strategies to maintain and enhance coastal habitat resilience, regulatory considerations for the permitting process, receive an update on the science, consider habitat trade-offs when designing living shorelines, and develop habitat trade-off research needs. The workshop was well-attended and participants found it beneficial. We completed a shellfish relocation project at Sunset Beach where we relocated 360 bushels of oysters, shells, and clams, which were primarily oysters, out of 4 canals to a nearby creek. Commercial shellfishers were hired by the town, and habitat staff observed the operation. Both the source canals and receiving waters were permanently closed to shellfish harvest. A shellfish relocation permit is required to relocate shellfish where permit dredging would otherwise destroy the product. We continue to coordinate obtaining high-resolution wetland and land use maps in the coastal counties, as well as some additional coastal plain counties. The Division, APNAP, and Division of Coastal Management have committed to contributing funds at this point. The North Carolina Stakeholder Engagement for Collaborative Coastal Habitats Initiative is holding a meeting December 7th to discuss strategies to implement the voluntary nature-based projects in the Chowan watershed to improve water quality for low salinity SAV, as well as reduce toxic algal blooms. A few Marine Fisheries Commission members may be attending, and if interested, let us know. Everybody's welcome to attend. The Environmental Management Commission held their September meeting in Morehead City on September 13th and 14th. The afternoon of the 13th consisted of a field trip where members of the EMC, Marine Fisheries Commission, and the Coastal Resources Commission were invited to view coastal habitats and discuss coastal habitat issues, followed by a reception sponsored by the North Carolina Coastal Federation and the South Atlantic Salt Marsh Initiative at the Carteret Community College. Thank you to Commissioners Rader and Gardner for attending. The directors from Coastal Management, Water Resources, Marine Fisheries, Energy, Minerals, and Land Resources, Waste Management, and Air Quality, the Secretary's Office, and DCM and DMF staff were also present. Ferries carried participants from downtown Morehead up the Newport River through Taylor's Creek and over to Middle Marsh. Presenters discussed Morehead City Stormwater Project, the need for resilience projects in Morehead and Beaufort, including the Sugarloaf Island Restoration Project currently underway, living shorelines, the Resilient Coastal Communities Program, wetland restoration, the South Atlantic Salt Marsh Initiative, seagrass research at Middle Marsh, and how all of this work ties into the 2021 CHIP Amendment. The recommendations and subsequent collaboration across agencies and stakeholders. There were great cross-cutting discussions during and following the field trip. It was considered a successful event with a lot of positive input about the value of seeing the coastal resource in person and increased discussions. On the following day, Jimmy Johnson and Ann Deaton provided the EMC an update on CHIP implementation progress, and the EMC members provided feedback on issues they discussed the previous day. And that concludes my update, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments? Great, good presentation, thank you.
Thanks.
Director?
Thank you, Jacob, for that report. Next, Andy Haynes is from our Shellfish Sanitation and Recreational Water Quality. He's going to give an update on those section activities. He's an environmental program supervisor in that section. The section chief, Shannon Jenkins, couldn't be with us today because he's feeling a little under the weather. So if he's listening in, Shannon, I hope you're feeling better. And Andy, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Director Rawls, and thank you, Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to highlight a couple of exciting things that we've got going on within our section over the last few months. The first thing that I wanted to highlight, and something that Mike mentioned earlier in his presentation, is the opening of our new northern lab and office space up in the Manio area. It's been a long project, but thankfully it's coming to a conclusion. The construction was completed in August, and since that time, staff has moved in and we're fully operational out of that space. We're still working on getting the laboratory equipment set up and calibrated and getting staff trained on equipment operations and also all the lab processes we have to carry out in that laboratory. In the beginning of October, we started a split sampling process where we're testing shellfish water quality samples both in the northern laboratory and in our Morehead City laboratory. And that's kind of basically to demonstrate that we can generate comparable data between the two laboratories. That's the first step in the process towards getting our northern laboratory certified by the FDA to generate regulatory data. That's a requirement that we have to meet Both our Morehead City and Wilmington labs are currently FDA certified, but we need to get the Northern lab up and running with that certification as well before we can start generating data independently up there. We're hoping that we can complete that certification process in December or January and begin full operations out of that lab starting then. There's going to be a number of benefits to us and to the state with the full operation of this laboratory. First off, it's going to help us to complete all of our required work much more readily than we've been able to do over the last several years since the original lab closed. Since that time, we've had to transport all of our samples, all of our water quality samples from the northern region down to Morehead City for processing, which takes a lot of time and transport and also creates a bottleneck in our Morehead City laboratory. So having that resolved is going to really help our operations. Additionally, we're going to be able to more efficiently respond to issues like temporary closures in the northern part of the state due to tropical storms or hurricanes, and also recreational swimming advisories in that region of the state, having the lab facilities right there, again, rather than having to come all the way down to Morehead City for all of that. And lastly, it's going to give us the increased lab capacity to start the sampling necessary to reopen at least one area that was closed in 2014 administratively due to the closure of the laboratory up there at that point. So hopefully we can start the work towards getting a few of our areas back open to harvest that have been closed for the last 10 years. Another big highlight that I wanted to mention is that we just this past week, staff from Shellfish Sanitation as well as staff from Marine Patrol hosted a large conference down in Wilmington focused primarily on shellfish and public health as well as patrol and enforcement, shellfish resource and habitat management, and recreational water quality, among other topics. We ended up with about 140 attendees coming to the conference from all coastal states between Texas and New Jersey, as well as Maine and Michigan and Ohio. We had the majority of attendees were from state regulatory agencies like ours, but we also had some shellfish industry participants in the conference, as well as some key federal partners from FDA, EPA, and NOAA, as well as academic researchers from the field in several different states. So it was a great turnout for the conference, and staff from throughout DMF played a key role in the planning and implementation of the whole conference. There was a lot of time and effort spent in making sure we put on a good conference, and staff from throughout the division hosted presentations and also training sessions and breakout sessions focused on a wide variety of topics, such as shellfish aquaculture, patrol and enforcement, data management, shellfish growing area management, laboratories, drone use, and several other topics. So it truly was a team effort, and kudos go out to a lot of division staff for that successful conference. Lastly, I wanted to highlight that we continue to enhance our capabilities for monitoring coastal waters for potentially harmful phytoplankton and biotoxins. We currently implement what's termed a marine biotoxin contingency plan, which is basically a plan that helps to keep us prepared in case any potential toxin-producing phytoplankton show up in state waters, which thankfully, so far, we've been pretty safe from. One major part of the plan is some routine monitoring that we do at 10 sentinel sites throughout the coast, looking for potential toxin-producing phytoplankton that occur in other parts of the country, such as Alexandrium or Dinophysis, Pseudonychia, or Karenia. So we were lucky enough to send one of our staff members, Kelly Brannigan, who's an environmental specialist down in Wilmington, to a training course up in Maine over the summer, courtesy of a training grant that we received from the Association of Food and Drug Officials. We were able to send her up there to a 10-day intensive training course titled The Taxonomic Identification of Harmful Algae in U.S. Marine Waters at the Bigelow Lab for Ocean Science up in Maine. Now that she has successfully completed that course, we've now got 3 staff who are fully trained and equipped to conduct both the routine monitoring that I mentioned earlier for phytoplankton throughout the coast, but also to respond to any complaints or emergency situations relating to phytoplankton that might occur in our shellfish growing areas. And that's the updates that I have for you all, and I'll be happy to take any questions you got.
Questions or comments for Andy? Good report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, Andy. And I just want to mirror Andy's comments and thank the staff, all the staff, Shannon and Andy and his team, and our Marine Patrol officers who helped plan that conference. The division has found themselves hosting quite a bit of conferences this year and meetings, and it takes a lot to do, but they did a great job. I was able to attend the conference, so I really did enjoy that and learned a lot. The section goes about their business very quietly, unlike some of our other sections, but they absolutely provide a critical service to the citizens of the state of North Carolina as it relates to public health and shellfish safety. So what they do is very critical, but I appreciate all their effort on that. Next up is Fisheries Management Section update from their Section Chief, Steve Poland.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Kat. So I'm Steve Poland, Section Chief for the Fishery Management Section of the Division Marine Fisheries. So you all hear a lot from me and my staff at every meeting because, you know, you guys do a lot of fishery management work, and we bring a lot of fishery management plan items to you. So I want to take a few minutes today to talk to you about all the other programs and services that the Fishery Management Section provides, not only to you all as the commission, but to the citizens of the state. So the Fishery Management Section is the largest section within the division and houses most of the biologists and field staff employed by DMF. Our primary mission is to conduct biological surveys and fishery monitoring of all commercial and recreationally important marine and estuarine species in the state in support of fishery management plan development, implementation, and monitoring. This includes not only state-managed FMPs adopted by the Marine Fisheries Commission, but also interstate and some federal-managed species through the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and the Regional Federal Fishery Management Councils. So the section is divided into 2 geographic districts and 1 programmatic group that supports section and division-wide operations. The Northern District is managed by Lee Paramore in the Manio office and comprises all of the section staff in Manio, Elizabeth City, and the Washington office. The Southern District is led by Tina Moore, who oversees staff in the Central District and Wilmington office. And we have 1 programmatic district, and I'll use the air quotes because it's not geographic, it's more kind of program focused, but it's led by Casey Knight, which houses most of our section-wide programs like the Protected Species Program, Fishery Management Permits, and the Multi-Species Tagging Program, as well as our Age and Life History Lab. And then finally, the Stock Assessment Program, which has 3 positions and conducts all of our stock assessments, as well as providing advanced statistical support to all division staff, and this group reports directly to me. So moving into our updates, I'll start with the Stock Assessment Program. As you heard from Mike earlier, we currently have 2 vacancies in that program. Yan Lee, one of our stock assessment analysts, left for a job over 9 months ago in academia. And Laura Lee, our longtime program manager, has recently left for a job with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So this has only left Dr. C.J. Slick as our sole stock assessment scientist at the division. And positions in the stock assessment program have historically been difficult to recruit and fill just due to the technical expertise required to perform these stock assessments and advanced statistical analyses, as well as some of the other issues that Mike highlighted earlier that we're all facing for recruitment and retention. So continued vacancies in these roles can impact our ability to assess stocks and provide timely information to the Commission on the status of your managed fisheries. So the last project Laura worked on before she left was an update to the blue crab stock assessment with data through 2022. This update has been completed, and division staff are currently reviewing the results of this stock assessment. We anticipate bringing this assessment with the results to you at your February 2024 business meeting. I will say that preliminary results do indicate that the stock condition has not improved since the last stock assessment, and additional management actions taken under adaptive management framework that the Commission adopted with Amendment 2 are more than likely warranted. And again, we'll bring these results in 2024 along with a discussion on the next steps at that time. And it is important to note, while we are reviewing those results internally, we've also sent those results out to a couple peer reviewers in the community, and we're waiting to get input on that as well. So next, I'll highlight work completed or ongoing across the section relative to field sampling and some of our citizen science collaborative work and public-facing programs. So a major initiative of the section over the last couple of years has been to evaluate our sampling programs for efficiencies in sampling effort and study design. So in the Albemarle Sound Striped Bass Gillnet Survey, staff in the Elizabeth City office, in this group led by Nathaniel Hancock, were able to reduce the soak times from 48 hours to 24 hours per sampling zone in this survey without affecting the trend in the striped bass index. So this allowed us to expand to 2 additional sampling zones up there in the region. Now we have a total of 8 zones, one in the lower Chowan River and another one at the mouth of the Paxwatank River and North Rivers. So this allows us for greater coverage of the area, which should increase the precision of the survey. And this is a major survey of adult abundance of striped bass in the stock assessment. So we view this as a win-win change to this survey. So it increases our efficiency in the field, and it also expands our ability to expand that survey to a wider range. So it's rare when you evaluate surveys where you can make reductions in effort, but also get a gain on geographic range of that survey. So really good job by that crowd. So striped bass larval and zooplankton sampling was conducted this spring in the lower Roanoke River. I know Nathaniel and Charlton have briefed you or mentioned that to you at previous meetings. And these samples were sent to George Mason University this fall for processing. And those results will inform us if there's sufficient larval abundance and zooplankton. And zooplankton serve as food for those larval striped bass to see if it supports still supports successful striped bass larval development. There's been recent research up in the Chesapeake Bay that has kind of shed some light on potentially mistiming of a peak in larval abundance and zooplankton availability. And this may be due to warmer winters, which could lead to starvation of larval striped bass. So there's really the impetus of staff to begin to look at that in our areas and just try to narrow in on, where is this recruitment failure and what's driving this recruitment failure in this stock. All right, so moving on, our Age Lab staff in Morehead City were very busy this year as usual. Biologist Sarah Pace and lab techs Kevin Aman and Caitlin Berner cataloged and processed close to 10,000 fish aging structures. And that's a pretty average number for what we process. This includes fish scales and fish otoliths. And these are structures collected from section staff throughout the year from our various sampling programs, as well as fish carcasses donated to us by anglers. And in fact, 1,200 of those samples were provided by the public through our carcass collection program. And we are really appreciative of that. So we use these structures to monitor age classes of our stocks, and they are a fundamental component in our stock assessments. The majority of the stock assessments we conduct at the division are age-structured stock assessments, so having those accurate ages of fish is valuable. And the Division Age Lab is recognized as one of the premier age and life history labs in the country, and the number of structures we process rivals many throughout the region, and even a lot of the federal fisheries labs. So I'll give a quick flounder season update because it kind of segues with the work in the Age Lab, but all staff in the section and the division stepped up this year during flounder season to help us make sure we got coverage for our observer program, as well as doing public outreach and encouraging donations of flounder carcasses to collect those age samples. We've had over, I think, about 300 carcasses donated during that short season, and we will be providing more information at an upcoming meeting, especially when we get the harvest estimates in, and we'll bring you back a more formal kind of end-of-season update on flounder. So two very popular programs within the section that many of you here at this table participate in, because we see your names come through, are the North Carolina Saltwater Fishing Tournament Citation Program and our Multi-Species Tagging Program. So biologist Amanda Masick oversees our citation program, which acknowledges and awards anglers for exceptional catches by providing a frameable certificate that you can hang in your office or your home or brag to your friends about. And if you ever go into any division staff offices, you'll really get an idea of which one of us, those of us who fish and those who don't, because all of us who fish, we typically have one wall covered with them. So this program provides valuable information to the division on the size and frequency of many fish that we do not typically collect in our regular fishery sampling program. So anglers can either take their harvest to a participating North Carolina Saltwater Fishing Tournament weigh station to have their catch weighed and recorded, or they can submit online for our release citations on our website. Staff have recently revamped and retooled our internal processes for printing and issuance of these citations, so now anglers should expect to receive their certificates in more timely intervals. And in fact, this year, the citation program has already processed and mailed out over 5,800 citations to anglers, not only in the state, but worldwide. And typically, the number of citations we issue per year range anywhere from 8,000 to 10,000. So moving on to our multi-species tagging program. This program is overseen by biologist Amy Staples, and this is truly one of our best collaborative citizen science programs that we have. So between the division and volunteer anglers, the program tags 5 species: spotted sea trout, red drum, striped bass, southern flounder, and cobia. The division tags most of our fish just by utilizing our other division programs, but volunteer taggers make up a large portion of the tagging effort for many of those species. So any angler in the state can apply to be a volunteer tagger and must come to one of our semi-annual tagging workshops to first receive hands-on training by division staff before being supplied with tags. So these workshops provide a great opportunity for folks to have direct one-on-one access to our biologists and hear firsthand updates on tag returns and movement information on these 5 species. The data collected from fish tag returns has been very influential in some of our recent stock assessments and fishery management plans by providing us a better understanding of fish movement and harvest dynamics throughout the season. And I want to provide briefly a few interesting statistics from some of our tag return stories that you all may find interesting. So far in 2023, we have received a total of 609 reported fish tag returns from anglers, and recreational anglers and commercial fishermen. So 312 striped bass, 183 red drum, 54 flounder, 55 trout, and 5 cobia. 2 of the reported red drum had tags from prior division studies in the early 2000s before we formalized everything into the multi-species tagging program. The first was originally tagged by a volunteer tagger on August 19th, 2006, near the mouth of the Noose, and was recaptured 17 years later on July 28th, 2023 in Jones Bay. So as the crow flies, it's only approximately 13 miles from where it was originally tagged. But you know that fish, probably traveled just about every bit of water it could get to in North Carolina during that time. The second was originally tagged by division staff with the Independent Gillnet program back in May of 2009 behind Hatteras Island near Clam Shoal, and was recaptured over 14 years later on October 7th, 2023 off Cape Point there at Hatteras. And again, as the crow flies, this was 19 miles, but that's a lot of lifetime for a fish there. So real quickly, before I end, I just want to highlight a few staff highlights we have in the section. So Mike Binkley, he's a technician in our Manio office, and he was recently promoted to the senior tech in the Manio office, and he has served as an independent gillnet project technician for over 23 years. with the division. And his expertise on the water and his relationships and rapport with the local fishing community has greatly benefited the division's sampling efforts, not only in Manio, but also internally, just being a good source of information and sounding board. Melinda Lambert was recently promoted to biologist supervisor in the Manio office. She previously served as with the division as a technician and biologist in the Manio office. And Melinda also recently completed her master's in marine biology from UNCW. Sarah Pace, our Age Lab biologist, recently had a paper published in a peer-reviewed journal titled Effective Surface Area and the Potential for Recovery from Mass Mortality in Eastern Oyster Populations, with a vignette on the critical period for reef recovery. So Sarah's work was definitely timely, since we're in the middle of working on our oyster and clam fishery management plan, and that information and that work has been provided to that plan development team. So good job, Sarah. And lastly, biologist supervisor Jason Rock and myself were recently co-authors on a NOAA technical memorandum and report titled A Climate Vulnerability Assessment for Finfish and Invertebrates in the United States South Atlantic Large Marine Ecosystem. So this was a collaborative analysis with state, federal, and NGO partners throughout the region. And the goal was to identify potential and specific vulnerabilities of climate change to 71 marine organisms in the South Atlantic region. And this includes many commercial and recreationally important species. And the ultimate goal with that is just to provide information to resource managers on some of the potential effects we may see in the future of how species ranges change over time due to climate change. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Right, questions or comments for Steve? Good report. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, Steve. Next up, Colonel Witten to give the Marine Patrol's update.
Thank you, Director Rawls. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Marine Patrol officers have had an active 2023 fall fishing season, with officers meeting the challenges in enforcing the commercial and recreational flounder season, as well as answering calls for service to the community. We continue to fill staff vacancies and are finalizing our mandatory and specialized officer training for the year. We have attended education and outreach events and have secured grants monies to purchase new equipment. Between September 1 and October 24, Marine Patrol wrote 9 citations and 12 warnings during the flounder season. During the WRC flounder season, we wrote 4 warnings for violations of the transportation rule. In addition to our duties on the water, a Marine Patrol officer assisted during an active shooter situation at Fort Fisher State Park. We placed the DMF headquarters on lockdown while Morehead City Police Department were trying to apprehend a breaking and entering subject in the parking lot. And finally, Harnett County Emergency Management called for Marine Patrol assistance in looking for a missing child who thankfully was located before our officers arrived. Marine Patrol officers, along with other division employees, staffed the DMF display at the North Carolina State Fair in Raleigh. This October, we participated in the Seafood Festival in Morehead City and National Night Out, as well as attending other educational events and other various schools in our local communities. The Swiftwater Rescue Team was activated and made ready to assist when Hurricane Ophelia made landfall near Emerald Isle. Luckily, no emergency situations arose during that storm. The Swiftwater team recently received a $45,000 grant from Homeland Security, which will go towards the purchase of equipment, and a $19,620 grant from the FDA, which will go towards the purchase of new rain gear for all officers. The Marine Patrol is in the process of hiring 2 officer positions, one in Hatteras and one in Hyde County. We are in the initial stages of this process and anticipate scheduled interviews by the end of the month. That ends my briefing. Any questions?
Any questions or comments for the Colonel? You also left one thing out. Y'all had a booth up at the Pirates Cove tournament that Robert and I saw. It's good to see them up there.
Yes, thank you.
Right. All right, Director.
Thank you, Colonel. Last but not least, we've got Brandy Salmon, who's the section chief of our License and Statistics section, here to give you an update.
Whew, this is a big book. If you need a new exercise routine, use this, because you're going to look like Popeye by the end of it. So you've heard from Mike Leffler that our section, the License and Statistics section, has 4 main programs. So we have our license program, who sells commercial licenses, coastal recreational fishing licenses, vessel registrations, permits. And then we have our commercial statistics program that houses our trip ticket program and quota monitoring program. We have the recreational statistics program, we call it CAP for Coastal Angling Program. They house the MRIP, or Marine Recreational Information Program, the Central Southern Management Area Krill Survey. This year we just took on the Albemarle Sound Management Area Krill Survey. And then it also handles the Cruffle Male Surveys and the Highly Migratory Species Catch Cards. And then finally, we have our Fisheries Economics Program that does socioeconomic surveys and data collection. So every year, each of these 4 programs that I listed collect the data, they compile it, they add it into this massive document called the LNS Annual Statistics Report, AKA the Big Book. So the last commission meeting, I gave a presentation on how the division collects the data and processes it. Well, every November, you get to see the fruits of our labor. So each commissioner should have a paper copy of the Big Book in front of them, and for reference, the big white notebook you should have. If you open up the book and you sift through it, you'll see that it's comprised of 6 chapters. So each chapter has a description of the project, how the data are collected and analyzed, figures and tables with the data collected over the years, and contact information for that project. So the commissioners are provided a copy in your briefing materials, but anybody can request a hard copy of the Big Book from our staff, or you can visit our website and you can either print your own or you can just look at it electronically. So the Big Book is a tremendous resource and houses large amounts of awesome data. If you wanted to know what species was recreationally targeted the most in the past 10 years, it's in there. If you wanted to know how many bushels of oysters were landed in 1889, it is in there. So here are just a couple of interesting tidbits that we had from this past year's Big Book. So the number of commercial license sales and trips are trending downward over time, and recreational license sales and trips are actually trending upward over time. So in the last few years, spotted sea trout was the most recreationally harvested species in the Central Southern Management Area unit. The top 2 counties that bring in the highest commercial ex-vessel value for the past 10 years are Dare County and Carteret County. Probably knew that. Last year, the commercial industry harvested 19.3 million pounds of finfish, while the recreational sector harvested 21.2 million pounds of finfish. So as you can see, the odds are pretty good that you're going to find all the answers that you need when you scroll through this book. So staff use the document frequently, but the great thing is that the data is available to the public, to anybody. So we spend a huge amount of time collecting the data and analyzing it in various ways so that it can be viewed and used by you all in one place. So please use this as a guide to help you investigate and learn more about the License and Statistics section, our data, and the fisheries of North Carolina. So enjoy.
Any questions for Brandy? Thank you very much for your presentation, Director.
Thank you, Brandy, and thanks to all the section chiefs for their reports. And as always, if the commission ever has any questions about our programs, our sampling, anything, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We're more than happy to discuss those with you. And Mr. Chairman, that wraps up my report.
All right, great. Thank you very much. There's also some other information in your briefing materials about the rule suspension update memo and the protected resource update memo. To try to get us out of here today, I'm going to move us on past the lunchtime, and let's go on to the status of ongoing plans. Core and Floor, would you come up, please? And
Thank you. I am Corinne Flora, the Fisheries Management Plan Coordinator for the division, and today I'm going to give an overview of our fisheries management plans, which are currently under review. There's a corresponding memo in your briefing materials under fisheries management plans, and this presentation is just for informational purposes, and staff later today will have some action items. So the species that I'll be reviewing include our fisheries management plans, which are currently under development, including striped mullet, spotted sea trout, eastern oyster, and hard clam. And then we have our species with adaptive management reviews underway. Adaptive management are measures that are predetermined in each of our FMPs, where the MFC has adopted a list of actions or a framework that empowers the director to utilize proclamation authority to adjust management in real time. These adaptive measures essentially specify what the variable conditions are that the director may use their proclamation authority to address, and what those actions may be. The current adaptive management under review are Estuarine striped bass, which the MFC adopted in 2022. The blue crab adopted in 2020, and southern flounder adopted in 2022. So I'll start with those FMPs under development. And we'll begin with our striped mullet, Amendment 2. The stock assessment indicated that this stock is overfished and overfishing is occurring. The Fisheries Reform Act requires that management address overfishing and the overfish status. So Supplement A to Amendment 1 will remain in place until Amendment 2 is adopted by the Commission. At your November 2022 business meeting, the Commission approved the goal and objectives for Amendment 2. And at that time, it was taken into consideration stakeholder scoping input. The division began drafting Amendment 2. In July, the division held a workshop with the plan development team and the Striped Mullet Advisory Committee to further draft Amendment 2. That workshop considerations from that workshop were taken into account, and that came out to the outcome of the draft Striped Mullet Fisheries Management Plan Amendment 2, which is ready for your review today, and a vote to send for public and advisory committee review. So next we have our spotted sea trout. The spotted sea trout stock assessment, which includes fish from North Carolina and Virginia, indicated that the stock is not overfished, but overfishing is occurring, meaning that the stock is healthy, but there is too much pressure on the stock currently. A scoping period was held in March to discuss the management strategies with stakeholders. We had wonderful participation in that scoping period, and with the considerations from that, the staff brought to the Commission the goal and objectives for that plan at the May meeting, and those were approved, and the Commission gave some more considerations. And with that, staff has now begun to develop draft Amendment 1. The development of the amendment will continue into 2024. If you look at your planning calendar that Laura provides to you each meeting, you will see that the timeline has shifted for spotted sea trout. As the Deputy Director has pointed out, as well as Steve in his talking points, the division has had staffing challenges, and work with the division has impacted the timeline of the spotted sea trout FMP. But it is moving forward, and we are making progress on it. So staff are also working on the eastern oyster and the hard clam plans. Since these two shellfish plans overlap in content, the division held one single scoping period for the two species. The scoping period was September 11th through the 22nd, and the public was able to participate in person, online, and by mail. Today, the leads for both species will give a single overview of the scoping participation and materials that were available for scoping. And then they'll overview the goal and objectives for each plan for approval from the commission. At that time, the commission also has the opportunity to share additional management considerations that they would like to see in both or either of those plans. Once the goal and objectives for each plan are approved, staff will begin to draft the two plans, and the commission will receive updates individually on these plans moving forward. So that's the current plans under review, and I will move to our adaptive management considerations. So at your August meeting, the staff updated the commission on the estuarine striped bass Albemarle Roanoke stock total allowable landings. Today, staff will review the Amendment 2 Adaptive Management Update in response to the exceptionally limited total allowable landings. Moving on to Blue Crab Amendment 3, Sustainable Harvest Adaptive Management, specified that a stock assessment would be updated at least once between reviews of that plan. The 2018 stock assessment indicated that the stock was overfished, and overfishing was occurring in the terminal year of 2016. The assessment update has been completed, as Steve said, with data through 2022. Adaptive management in Amendment 3 allows for management to be tightened or loosened depending on that stock status. Again, as Steve said, staff are working to analyze the results. We have some peer reviewers looking at this, and we will bring you more at your February meeting. The Southeast Stock Assessment for Southern Flounder was completed in 2019 with data through 2017. This assessment is being updated with data through 2022. That data includes North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. If necessary, Amendment 3 includes adaptive management, which allows management changes to address the results of that stock assessment. The commission will be presented results when that update is completed. Again, as you heard earlier, we have some staffing challenges in that stock assessment group, but we do continue to make progress on this stock assessment. So I'll wrap up today with our FMP process graphic that I show you each meeting. This puts into perspective where we are with each plan. As you can see, Eastern Oyster and hard clam are ready for the commission to review the goal and objectives for both of those plans. Spotted sea trout is currently under development by the division, and striped mullet is ready for consideration for public and advisory committee review. Adaptive management falls into that last step of our process, and that is the Division and Marine Fisheries Commission implement management strategies. So the commission will be updated on these items as the division follows the predetermined measures from each one of those fisheries management plans and identifies any variable conditions that may be required for the director to use proclamation authority in order to address stock statuses. That completes my update for this meeting, and I'm happy to take questions. And as always, I'm always available between meetings if any of you have questions on our FMP process or any of the FMPs. I can guide you in the direction of what staff can help you with things.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments? Good presentation, thank you, Gordon. Okay, let's keep on going. I think Nathaniel Hancock is going to be here to do our Estuarine striped bass FMP Amendment 2 Adaptive Management Update. And Carlton, oh, there you are, Carlton, you're hiding from me.
Still on? Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Nathaniel Hancock, one of the co-leads for Estuarine striped bass for the division. Next to me is Charlton Godwin, the mentor for the Estuarine striped bass fisheries management plan. Today, like at the August business meeting, discussion is going to focus only on the Albemarle Sound, Roanoke River, or AR stock. Beginning with an outline, today we will give a very brief review of where we are and how we got here. We will discuss adaptive management measures under Amendment 2, provide an update of landings data and recent results from our surveys of abundance used to monitor the stock. We'll provide a brief update on 2023 stocking results and an update on some additional research we are doing to try and figure out what may be causing the chronic spawning failures we've seen in the stock since 2017. Lastly, we will discuss steps moving forward. I should note that this presentation is for informational purposes and no action is needed at this time. The peer-reviewed benchmark stock assessment was presented to the Marine Fisheries Commission at their August 2020 meeting. The Commission approved Amendment 2 to the North Carolina Estuarine Striped Bass Fisheries Management Plan at their November 2022 meeting. In February 2023, we presented the results from the stock assessment update to the Commission. That update to the benchmark stock assessment included data through 2021. At the Commission's August 2023 meeting, we gave an update that through adaptive management contained in Amendment 2, a harvest moratorium would be implemented starting in 2024. Today, we will update you on recent landings data, results from our indices of abundance, 2023 stocking, and steps moving forward. This graph is from the stock assessment update. Let's take a moment to review its components. The horizontal axis at the bottom is always called the x-axis, and in this presentation always shows year. At the top, we have the legend, which just shows which data is being presented. In this case, it is population abundance and thousands of fish in the gray part of the graph, and fishing mortality on the black line with black circles. The vertical axis is called the y-axis. In this case, the one on the right corresponds to population abundance in thousands of fish. For this assessment time period, the population started in abundance at about 1.5 million fish in 1991, peaked at about 3.2 million fish in 2000, and has been on a relatively steady decline since then. In 2021, the population was estimated at about only 250,000 fish. This is an extremely low estimate. Looking at estimates of fishing mortality over on the left axis and the black line with black circles, we see fishing mortality increased as stocking abundance decreased. We've been over our target and threshold fishing mortality consistently since the mid-2000s. This graph is set up very similar. Again, on the x-axis, we have year. On the left y-axis, we have spawning stock biomass in pounds. Spawning stock biomass, also known as SSB, is the weight of the mature female fish in the population. The trend in SSB follows a similar trend as population abundance, with both peaking in the early 2000s with a relatively steady decline since then. On the right y-axis, we have recruitment of age 0 fish in thousands. This is the number of fish coming into the population each spring. Again, we see the same trend, which is that starting in the early 2000s, even when we were at high levels of spawning stock biomass, the number of age 0 fish produced each year began to decline. This, of course, led to decline in the overall population. Now we will move into the landings update portion of the presentation. Here is just a review of the total allowable landings, or TAL, since 1991. Again, this TAL is determined by stock assessments. As noted in our previous presentations, the current TAL of 8,349 pounds is too low to effectively manage. More importantly, the estimate of spawning stock biomass in 2021 is only 35,566 pounds. That's only 10% of the spawning stock biomass target. Here we have a graph with commercial landings through 2023. On the vertical y-axis, we have pounds landed, which corresponds to the gray bars. This black line is the total allowable landings. I did want to point out in several of the years between 2008 and 2014, before the TAL was lowered, commercial harvest was lower than it was in the early 1990s. This really matches the assessment model estimates of stock abundance and recruitment during the same time period. The harvest season the last few years has lasted only a couple weeks before the TAL has been reached. Here we have a graph with recreational landings through 2023. It's set up the same as the commercial graph, except we have two data series on this one graph: Albemarle Sound and Roanoke River recreational landings. Albemarle Sound landings are represented by the gray bar, and Roanoke River landings are represented by the white bar with the black pattern. This black line is the recreational TAL. So we see we have a similar trend as we do with the commercial landings. None of the sectors were reaching their respective TAL when the TAL was set at its highest point in the early 2000s, and Albemarle Sound recreational harvest levels were even lower in the Roanoke River, lower than the Roanoke River. Now, these will be the last few slides we look at relative to the fisheries. These graphs will present the dead discards from various management areas and other user groups. Here we have dead discards from the Albemarle Sound gillnet fishery. You can see they range from 2,000 to 8,000 dead discards annually. And I want to point out that we did not get enough onboard observer coverage in the spring of 2022 to create an estimate of dead discards for the commercial sector. This is the same graph with the addition of Albemarle Sound recreational dead discards and number of fish. The recreational discards are the gray bars, and the commercial discards are the black bars. Finally, this graph has the dead discards from the Roanoke River added in, represented by the white bars with the hatched black line. Just for a frame of reference, for the years 2021 to 2023, under the 54,000-pound TAL, total harvest from all sectors equaled about 9,000 or 10,000 fish. During the early 2000s, when harvest was at its peak and the TAL was at 550,000 pounds, all sectors harvested about 120,000 fish a year. We're now going to transition to recent results from our striped bass fisheries independent sampling programs. These include the juvenile abundance surveys, the fisheries independent gillnet surveys, and the WRC electrofishing survey on the spawning grounds in the Roanoke River. This is a map of the Albemarle Sound region showing station locations for our juvenile sampling. There are additional stations up the Chowan River, in the lower Alligator River, and in the Currituck Sound. We just can't fit them all on a single map. The primary species of interest for our juvenile sampling in Albemarle Sound are river herring, American shad, hickory shad, and striped bass. We use trawl gear, which are denoted by the circles on the map, and beach seine gear, which is denoted by the squares. This area in red contains the trawl stations that were started by Dr. Hassler from North Carolina State in 1955. We added beach seine stations to this area starting in 1993. This western portion of the Albemarle Sound is the nursery area, where larval striped bass come out of the Roanoke River and finish growing and developing. Circled now are stations we began sampling in 1984. During that time, there had not been good juvenile abundance since 1976, and there was concern that the striped bass nursery habitat had shifted, and our previous surveys were just not capturing their habitat. We started sampling additional stations in the eastern Albemarle Sound to investigate, and our results indicated that the nursery area had not shifted. To this day, we continue sampling these stations to further monitor any changes in the nursery area. Moving on to results from our juvenile trawl survey that's used for our annual Juvenile Abundance Index, or JAI. On the left vertical y-axis is our Juvenile Relative Abundance Index in number of juveniles per trawl tow. I want to note that the Juvenile Abundance Index goes back to 1955. As we have seen before, we had a period of very poor recruitment starting in 1977, lasting until 1993. Then we had a period of really great recruitment. But starting in 2001, we started seeing a few more poor years and more average years of recruitment with very few large year classes. Then, beginning in 2017, recruitment really tanked. 2023 was another very poor year as well, even though flows were right where they needed to be. Now, we'll look at a map of our sampling grid and zones in the striped bass gillnet survey for adult abundance. We have 8 sampling zones that cover from the Chowan River to Croatown Sound on both north and south sides of the sound. This survey is divided into 2 seasonal components. For the fall-winter component, we sample all 8 zones starting in November through February. We have 2 crews that sample each zone once a month for a total of 16 sampling days per month. Then for the spring survey, we focus all sampling effort to Zone 2 in the western Albemarle Sound where the spawning portion of the stock moves through in order to more capture that spawning run to the Roanoke River. Our spring survey lasts from March through the end of May. This graph is with data through 2022. We have the number of fish per net day on the y-axis and year along the x-axis. The data is the catch per unit effort from the fall-winter survey, which is shown by the gray bars, and the spring survey, which is shown by the dashed line. Again, we see the same trend as the graphs of population abundance and spawning stock biomass. In recent years, we're seeing similar numbers to the low numbers of abundance we saw in the early 1990s, when the stock was also severely overfished and overfishing was occurring. You'll notice an uptick in 2020. This was from the 2014 to 2016 year classes moving through the survey. That peak is gone in the 2022 data as subsequent spawns were very poor. Moving to the Wildlife Resources Commission electrofishing survey on the spawning grounds, you can see the survey area covers the historic spawning grounds from Gaston down to Halifax, although the majority of spawning each year normally occurs from Weldon to above Halifax. Sampling occurs once a week from early April through May. And here's the graph of the total relative abundance from the electrofishing survey. The trends here are the same as the other adult surveys and the stock assessment estimates of total population abundance, with a peak in the early 2000s and a slow, steady decline since then. The 2023 value is the lowest in the time series. Specifically in 2023, the Wildlife Resources Commission collected 331 fish. In comparison, in the 2006 survey, over 5,000 fish were caught, with only one day of the survey where less than 300 fish were caught. Well, that was a lot of bad news. Moving on to something that may be a bit more positive. First, I want to point out on the screen now are what the hatchery trucks look like for the Wildlife Resources Commission on the left and the United States Fish and Wildlife Service out of Edenton National Fish Hatchery on the right. Here on the bottom left is a picture of newly fertilized striped bass eggs, and on the right is a picture of phase 1 fish ready for stocking. In 2023, over 1.4 million fry were stocked at Jamesville on the lower Roanoke River. And in June, over 668,000 phase 1 striped bass were stocked in the western Albemarle Sound. These fish will be tracked using genetic marking technology over the next several years to determine the percent contribution of these hatchery stockings to the wild population. Fin clips are obtained from a subsample of fish each year, and these fin clips can be tested using genetics to determine with greater than 99% accuracy whether that fish was originally from a hatchery or a wild spawned fish. This stocking and genetic testing will continue for the next several years. Now, I want to discuss some larval fish and zooplankton sampling we conducted in 2023. Here, in the bottom left of the slide, we have a picture of some larval striped bass in the 1/5 of an inch size range. These are visible to the naked eye. The rest of the pictures and drawings are from a variety of zooplankton. These are in the 3/100ths of an inch size range, and you need a bit of magnification to see these animals. The zooplankton community is what the larval striped bass feed on until they get bigger. Now, all of this zooplankton growth and feeding of larval striped bass is taking place in the lower Roanoke River from below Williamston down to the western Albemarle Sound. The striped bass are still in larval stage when they get to the western Albemarle Sound. You can see we created 3 different sampling zones with several stations in each zone. And this study is repeating some sampling conducted in the 1970s through the early 1990s. There has also been some periodic sampling by various university researchers in the 2000s, so we will have some prior data to compare our results to. The division is getting these samples processed now and will have results back in 2024. The major questions we are trying to address are, first, is larval striped bass abundance adequate to produce a strong year class? Is zooplankton abundance adequate to support growth of larval striped bass? And finally, is the peak in abundance in zooplankton occurring at the same time larval striped bass are in the western Albemarle Sound? If that peak in abundance doesn't occur at the same time the larvae are there, the larval fish could starve to death. Now that we have discussed recent data and recent research, let's finish up with where we go from here in the next few years. As discussed already, population abundance is extremely low, and a TAL of 8,349 pounds is too low to effectively manage. Through Adaptive Management Amendment 2, a harvest moratorium is in effect. The stock will continue to be monitored annually, and there we will see the first signs of improving stock conditions. Future stock assessments will determine when stock recovery is adequate to allow harvest again. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Roller.
Thank you guys for your presentation. I just want to highlight that I'm really excited about you looking into the zooplankton abundance. I know this has been a big concern and question in academia regarding recruitment of a lot of fish stocks, right? And so I'm really curious to see what those results are. Do you have any plans to continue that?
Yes, we're going to try to do that again this coming spring. We don't really have any dedicated staff for it, so we're trying to find the money to get the sampling done and the processing from different places, but that's our plan, to do it again in spring of 2024. At least get 2 years of data to see what it looks like.
Thank you. And so I can't speak for the commission. I can speak for myself that given the low TAL, I'm certainly in support of a moratorium going forward, being that the stock is in such dire shape. Could you possibly go back to the historic commercial landings graphs? And I mean, and this also applies to my comments here are going to apply to recreational as well. I just want to point out that, you know, if we were to go back to some of the previous commission discussions from that time period when the TAL was not being met, there was ample concern being noted regarding the health of the stock at that same time. I just want to point out that in the future, as this commission and the division looks towards managing this fishery, I think we're going to have to think very differently about what this fishery looks like, about how we take care of it in changing climate conditions. So that's all I wanted to add. So thank you, guys.
Anything else? Yes, Commissioner Rader.
Without reopening the Wildlife Resource Commission can of worms, when should we expect a decision about the Roanoke River part of the stock by them, just for our knowledge about timing?
I don't have any information about when they're planning on making a decision. I think they have another meeting coming up shortly. But other than that, I don't have any information about when they're going to make a decision.
I think I'll just leave it.
Okay. All right, anything else? Great. Commissioner Bethea.
Thanks for the report. Do we have like a TAL, like a goal TAL that we're trying to get the stock back to, that you would feel comfortable removing the moratorium? Thanks.
Yep, it's a good question. So, I mean, the previous TAL that we were at, that just kind of shows the for everybody, but it was at 54,000 pounds since 2021. So that would be, you know, maybe a minimum type. That's certainly not our goal to get back to. We certainly want the stock to recover further than that, but we have not set necessarily a number in stone that if the stock assessment says this, then we'll reopen, but, and, you know, there are other factors too, really, that play into opening the moratorium, and a lot of that's just going to be really, when we see some more natural recruitment occurring, is also going to be some positive signs. So as Nathaniel pointed out, you know, we monitor these surveys each year. They're in your annual FMP update book, including the Wildlife Resources Commission. This is the same for all of our fisheries that have surveys. So just keep in mind that annual update when it comes out, that's going to have, you know, updates of our independent indices of abundance.
Anything else from anybody? Great. Nathaniel, Charlton, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
It is approaching 12 o'clock, and I think the hard clams is going to take a little bit of time. Why don't we go ahead and adjourn for lunch and come back about 1 o'clock? We don't need an hour and 45 minutes for lunch. An hour and 15 minutes might be comfortable. So see you here at 1 o'clock.
hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Between 2 and 3 years left. I'll go buy a million.
Heller. Heller, 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 Heller.
Okay, everybody, it's 1 o'clock. Let's be getting our seats and rechecking your cell phone. Did you ever get any lunch?
I know. I'm like, wow, I don't want to.
Lorena, Jeff, Bennett, and Joe. That's fine. Y'all got a big job. Just for your information, we can hear presentation and receive information without council being here, but we cannot vote on anything until he does get here. Our service was kind of slow this morning for lunch. So go ahead with your presentation of information.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Bennett Paradis. I am a co-lead for the Oyster FMP. I'm up here with Joe Facendala, who is also co-lead for Oyster FMP, and then Lorena De La Garza and Jeff Dobbs, who are the co-leads for the Clam FMP. So we appreciate the opportunity to come up here today and discuss Amendment 5 to the Oyster Fishery Management Plan and Amendment 3 to the Hard Clam Fishery Management Plan. So we'll begin with an overview for today. For starters, the presentation for these FMPs may seemingly differ from other FMPs as it appears to be a joint process. However, the hard clam and eastern oyster plans are often reviewed and amended at the same time because many of the issues considered in the management of these fisheries are related and therefore the management options can overlap. While both amendments will focus on recreational shellfish harvest, from this point forward, the two plans will be addressed in separate documents. So Amendment 5 of the Eastern Oyster FMP will address subtitle Oyster Mechanical Harvest and intertitle Oyster Hand Harvest, and then Amendment 3 of the Hard Clam FMP will focus on the mechanical harvest fishery. So today we will dive into the results from the scoping period. Specifically, we'll look at the feedback that we received and related follow-up actions we intend to pursue. Then we will review possible management strategies to be considered during the development of Amendment 5 to the Oyster Plan and Amendment 3 to the Clam Plan. Then we will open up for discussion, and we'd like to receive input on those management strategies for those two fisheries. After receiving your input, Lorena and I will then present the goals and objectives for each plan, which the Commission will then vote on those goals and objectives. And to wrap things up, we will end with outlining the next steps in the FMP process and also take time for additional questions. So our scoping period for both plans went from September 11th to the 22nd. And during that time, we held 4 in-person meetings throughout North Carolina, one of which also had a virtual participation option. We also had a survey available for public comment. So across the 4 meetings, we had 10 attendees, and from our online questionnaire, we had 6 responses. All in all, we did not receive direct input from mechanical harvesters for either species, and in general, there was support for a recreational shellfish license or permit, with a nominal fee between $2 to $10. So and talk, let's see. So we recognize that there are some action items needed to be pursued following the scoping period. Currently, we are planning on reaching out to participants in the industry, specifically harvesters and dealers. We also plan to email questionnaires to license holders, and we will be distributing the survey used during scoping alongside the annual culture planting survey, which is sent out between January and February. So I'll move on to general overview of both fisheries. An issue that we acknowledge, or that has been acknowledged in all past Eastern oyster and hard clam plans, is the inability to accurately estimate the amount and extent of recreational shellfish harvest in the state. So recreational harvest is potentially a significant amount, and this results in a large data gap in landings data. So limited data has been collected since November 2010 through a monthly shellfish survey sent to select coastal recreational fishing license holders, or CRUFL holders. Since no license is needed to recreational harvest shellfish, there may be recreational shellfish harvesters not included or represented in the survey. Low survey participation from CRUFL holders and the inability to adequately survey all potential recreational harvesters has resulted in unreliable estimates in recreational harvest. An expansion of recreational harvest collection, which includes the entire recreational shellfish community, is needed to accurately estimate recreational effort and catch. Effort and catch, of course, are key components for a possible future stock assessment. So the division is striving to establish the best available data sources across the fishery to complete this stock assessment. A license or a permit may be one way to collect the necessary data currently unavailable. The division is interested in public input on potential license or permitting options. This management tool would better allow for accurate estimates of recreational harvest for both eastern oysters and for hard clams in North Carolina. However, it's worth noting that any changes to the CRUFL would require legislative action. Next, I'll dive into current management within the oyster fishery. Oysters are, of course, unique when compared to other North Carolina managed marine resources because not only do they support economically important wild harvest fisheries, but they also function as essential estuarine habitat. Managing eastern oysters requires balancing diverse stakeholder interests to ensure long-term harvests while also protecting and restoring essential estuarine habitat. Previous eastern oyster FMPs managed the harvest of wild shellfish stocks as well as addressed issues specific to the private cultivation of shellfish in aquaculture. So the graph here reflects both public and private landings. In dark blue, we have oyster landings in bushels from public harvest, and the light blue bars represent landings from private cultivation. The ending of the relay program and the transition into the use of farming cages and hatchery-sourced seeds have both reduced reliance on wild shellfish. These changes to private culture practices reduce the need to consider aquaculture in the management of wild oyster and clam stocks. Because of the significant increase in the farming of oyster, addressing issues specific to aquaculture has expanded beyond the intended scope of the fishery management plan. Therefore, the Oyster FMP Amendment 5 will only focus on managing wild oyster populations. The private culture of shellfish is now managed by its own separate program in the North Carolina Shellfish and Aquaculture Program. So since our focus will be on public bottom harvest, we have broken down the landings from the graph before into hand harvest and mechanical harvest in this graph. Again, on the Y vertical axis, there are oyster landings in bushels, and for each year, there's a breakdown of hand harvest in light gray and then mechanical harvest in dark gray. The overall trend we see here is an annual oyster landings fluctuate between years. These landing fluctuations are primarily due to changes in mechanical harvest landings. Trends in mechanical harvest landings are driven by declines in both participation and effort, but there have also been declines in subtidal oyster populations throughout Pamlico Sound. Hand harvest landings remain relatively constant across years and make up 56% of total oyster landings between 2010 and 2022. Due to a decrease in landings in the mechanical harvest fishery, however, landings from hand harvest have accounted for 89% of overall oyster landings since 2018. So currently, NZDMF has the longest running and expansive harvestable oyster restoration and enhancement program in the country. North Carolina's planting program began in 1915 to replace shell material, which was removed by harvest. Since its inception, over 21 million bushels of culch material has been planted in the form of small-scale, low-relief, harvestable oyster reefs. Over the last 10 years alone, 624 acres of oyster reef have been created on public bottom, with the ongoing goal of creating an additional 50 acres per year moving forward. The culch planting program creates oyster reefs which serve as both habitat restoration sites, but they also alleviate public bottom harvest pressure from natural reefs. Although the harvest from culch versus wild reefs is not separated in the trip ticket program, comment from commercial oyster harvesters has revealed that they hold culch reefs in high regards. So here's a map of the culch sites throughout the state. Again, these are smaller sites, less than 10 acres in size, but they're throughout Pamlico Sound and down in the southern parts of the state. The other complement to the culch planting program is the Oyster Sanctuary Program. The Oyster Sanctuary Program develops large closed-to-harvest areas that support oyster broodstock. In these protected areas, oysters are able to grow to adulthood and spawn exponentially more larvae as they mature. And despite their relatively small footprint in the entirety of Pamlico Sound, sanctuaries supply a disproportionate amount of larvae to both natural reefs as well as culch sites. As of this year, there are 15 sanctuaries, and these protected areas cover more than 395 acres of habitat. And so here's a map of the sanctuary sites that are throughout Pamlico Sound. Again, there's 15, and they're anywhere between 10 to 80 acres in size. The mechanical oyster fishery is limited to Pamlico Sound, with a maximum season beginning on the third Monday in November to March 31st. However, this season is closed by area when management triggers are reached, and these triggers are monitored by the division. The triggers are based on percentage of legal-sized oysters in a management region. The shallow bays of Pamlico Sound have a total possible 6-week season, but they may be closed sooner if the management trigger has been reached. On the other hand, in mechanical harvest areas, oysters may be impacted by hurricanes, low dissolved oxygen, or extreme temperatures. These impacts may only allow harvest for a few weeks before the management trigger is reached and the season closes. The actual mechanical harvest season for oysters is highly variable and is affected by the condition of oyster resource and fishery effort. This variability in season length and area openings is often viewed negatively by commercial harvesters. Poor water quality from storm events has disproportionately affected the deep water oyster reefs in Neuse River and Pamlico River areas of western Pamlico Sound. And these reefs have suffered large die-offs compared to oyster reefs in the shallow bays or in the eastern portion of Pamlico Sound, closer to Oregon Inlet. These reefs have been in poor condition since 2017 and have likely not supported any significant mechanical harvest. Research has shown oyster reefs need higher vertical relief or height in these deep areas to be resilient to negative storm event effects. However, mechanical harvest reduces the ability of natural oyster reefs in deep water to gain and maintain height. The division's sanctuary and culch planting program have put significant effort into creating and enhancing oyster reefs in Pamlico Sound. For culch planting, most of this effort has occurred in the shallow bays along the shoreline to the north and the Crab Hole area south of Wanchese. Fishery management strategies have not distinguished between natural and culch planted reefs in Pamlico Sound. The division is seeking to develop new strategies which will better integrate the culch planting program with the management of the mechanical fishery. Possible new management could be developed to focus harvest effort on culch planted reefs. This could help restore and protect deep water natural oyster resources in the western Pamlico Sound and also offer greater certainty to commercial harvesters on season length and area openings that are focused on harvesting culch planted reefs, and also allow the division to prioritize the collecting of data we need for potential stock assessment. Hand harvest accounts for the most commercial landings and has been the dominant harvest gear for oysters in North Carolina since the 1960s. Hand harvest oyster landings are less variable than mechanical harvest landings. These higher, more consistent landings come primarily from intertidal oyster reefs between Core Sound and the South Carolina state line. Oyster hand harvest for this region is significant for the overall oyster landings, even though the area only accounts for 5% of the total shellfish harvest area open in the state. In response to the concern of increasing participation and declining bushels landed per trip in the hand harvest oyster fishery, the Marine Fisheries Commission limited shellfish license holders to 2 bushels of oysters per person per day, no more than 4 bushels per vessel statewide as part of Amendment 4 in October 2017. After Amendment 4 implementation, participation in landings in the hand harvest fishery declined. The division will re-examine the issue to assess participation and effort in the hand harvest oyster fishery. And a pilot program to monitor intertidal oyster reefs was developed and implemented by the division. While this program is not currently used to manage the hand harvest fishery, information collected by the sampling program could be used in future management. And now I'm going to hand it over to Lorena, and she'll talk to you about the clam plan.
Okay, I will now transition into the discussion of Amendment 3 for hard clams. So the use of mechanical gear to harvest clams has historically made up an important portion of total clam harvest. Here we have a graph showing the trend of landings and the participation in the hard clam mechanical harvest fishery. In this graph on the left, we have the landings of clams in pounds, which are represented by the gray bars. On the right side, we have the number of people participating in the mechanical harvest fishery, which is represented by the orange line. Together, you can see that the landings and the participation have been declining over the past 25 years. From 1994 to 2022, participants went from 122 to 5. The decline can be attributed by a few factors, such as fluctuations in the market, less areas to harvest, storm events, and participants switching over to another fishery. In more recent history, areas that have been open to mechanical harvest are either candidates for removal or are already removed as areas open to harvest. This is due to the expansion of SAV and oyster rocks, and that mechanical gear is not compatible with sensitive habitat. For example, since the last amendment in 2017, modifications to the mechanical clam harvest areas have occurred in Core Sound and North River, along with the closure in Bogue Sound. This map shows an example of how the expansion of SAV beds has impacted the open areas available to mechanical harvest. So the solid black line outlines the original boundary of the open area. The green areas map out where SAV growth is currently occurring. The red areas are where the SAV has expanded, crossed over, and now overlaps the boundary line. So this now requires a modification to the original boundary, which is represented here now by the red dashed line. This new area now eliminates the overlap of SAV by making the mechanical harvest area smaller. This is the same procedure that was used for the North River and also led to the removal of the Bogue Sound mechanical harvest area completely. Oops. Okay. The potential strategies that were presented during scoping that may be developed through Amendment 3 are to further reduce or remove mechanical clam harvest areas and removing mechanical harvest of clams prior to maintenance dredging. The consideration for the removal of mechanical harvest of clams is based off of habitat concerns associated with mechanical gears. The destructive nature of these bottom disturbing gears have been shown through many studies to have a negative effect on bottom ecology. These negative effects include reduced hard clam recruitment, reduced seagrass biomass, and reduced biomass and diversity of benthic macroinvertebrates. Studies have shown that the impact of bottom disturbing gear ranges in magnitude from highly variable to no apparent effect to the complete elimination of some species and long-term changes in the benthic community. Currently, an allowance for the mechanical harvest of clams prior to maintenance dredging is written in rule. The purpose of this rule is to allow the harvest of clams that would otherwise be destroyed through the dredging process. While this type of resource utilization has its benefits, this allowance has not been utilized since 2007. There's a multi-step communication process that involves the Army Corps of Engineers, DMS staff, and the fishermen. Therefore, tight turnarounds for proclamations and short windows of opportunity have limited the use of this rule. Furthermore, turbidity issues associated with maintenance dredging are exacerbated by the use of mechanical gears prior to the dredging activity. So that's it for clams. We'll take time here to get any input you may have on each of these management topics that we've discussed. So the 4 management topics are the recreational shellfish harvest, mechanical oyster harvest, hand oyster harvest, and mechanical clam harvest.
Discussion. Commissioner Rader.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm really interested in the goals being set for enhancing oyster bottoms of 50 acres per year. And in the long term, where that might be headed, and whether that number is adequate in terms of looking at the habitat provisioning needs of both oyster reefs, seagrass beds, and other shallow water soft sediment habitats that are affected by disturbance. And so in that sense, I think there's an opportunity, and maybe you have some views on how long it would take to develop a vision for what the longer-term outcomes might be in Pamlico Sound. I mean, we know we're vastly underpopulated in both emergent, high-profile bivalve reefs, noting that the habitat benefit, as you said, goes back to the oysters, but it also goes back to all the other species using those reefs. Peterson and his lab and others have shown dramatic differences in habitat value once you get up out of the air part of the water column that is most often deoxygenated in those mixing zones. And so a vision, an aspiration, a goal that would identify a much greater distribution of such habitats that are then sensitive to mechanical and other bottom disturbance, in my view, would be really important. And how we get to that between your amendment processes and the Habitat and Water Quality Standing Advisory Committee processes, and for that matter, the CHIP, isn't really clear to me. But I'd love to know where we're going. I guess that's the question. Do you have a view for what, in terms of SAV, we don't have enough of, high-profile oyster reefs we don't have enough of, in terms of habitat provisioning for our fish, fin fish and other resources. So how do we begin to make that jump?
So I'm the oyster sanctuary biologist, and I work in the habitat enhancement section. Currently, 395 acres are protected habitats, so there's no oyster harvest at those locations. We are working with the Coastal Federation to build 2 new large sanctuaries. Each of those sites would be about 100 acres in size. This is more protected habitat that'll create adult oysters, broodstock, protected throughout Pamlico Sound, and it'll also create refuge reefs for the smaller fish that it'll be like nursery areas essentially. As far as culch goes, do you have anything to add about culch? I know we have planned out to have 10 acres of culch reefs, 4 10-acre sites in each of the 4 areas throughout Pamlico Sound. As far as continuing with that effort, our section is just working around the clock with our limited staff to build as much habitat as we can. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so another piece, I guess, thinking about mechanical oyster harvest management. Right now, how everything's managed, an oyster reef in Pamlico Sound, if it's in the mechanical harvest area, whether it's culch, wild, whatever, a reef is a reef, how we manage it. So we're thinking about possibly as we're moving forward, exploring like a tiered approach where, some reefs, so that are particularly sensitive or, having a hard time recovering, treating those differently than, reefs like in the bays perhaps where they seem to be a little more resilient and there's a lot of culch planting effort versus some of those larger mechanical harvest areas that he was talking about building 10-acre sites, and maybe we treat those even differently where we kind of, the level of harvest we allow on them, come in, harvest, no monitoring, close it down, replant, in kind of a pick or take kind of scenario. Just kind of maybe thinking about a tiered approach to better take advantage of all that culch planting we actually do.
I think all that's really great, and it seems to me that there's an opportunity to go beyond that, to think about where we're actually going. I think the answer might be different depending on whether, if that culch planting site was in waters that may never serve, high-profile reef service or other things like that. And so if you were looking at if we actually had a roadmap to a goal that would have, I'm not advocating this, but take the 1880s Winslow maps and look at where oyster reefs used to be before they were all taken to New York to sell in the oyster market internationally, but to create some goal that would probably take some areas off limit to all bottom disturbing activities in the shorter term, because those are the areas where in the longer term we want to establish and then and maintain high-profile reefs, particularly in western Pamlico Sound. And so I'm asking whether in this consideration for these two plans, whether there's any first steps that might be introduced to get people thinking about not the obvious, in addition to the obvious benefits of short-term site-based interventions, the longer-term need for even greater investment, because it does help steer all of the other fishery management plans around Pamlico Sound.
So I think in our tiered approach, where we haven't, we're still, in the infancy of this plan, but kind of the direction we're thinking about going is kind of developing that idea where, in particular, those reefs in western Pamlico Sound, those deep water reefs that have been severely impacted from those storm events and don't seem to be recovering, those would be kind of the areas that we'd think about, protecting from mechanical harvest. And then on the flip side, those larger 10-acre culch sites would be the ones that, would be, the mechanical harvest would be focused to. But as far as a kind of larger roadmap, we haven't really, not that I'm aware of, I don't think the culch planting program has a fixed kind of long-term goal. I think it's just annual goals of what funding allows to just kind of get as much as they can while they can.
Sure. Why don't we move on? And I'd love to talk to you about it, and maybe we can use the committee to consider whether there's some other steps that might be taken, because to me, it really seems like there's an aspirational goal here that might really steer to some shorter-term decision-making fishery, FMP by FMP.
Anybody else? Yes. Okay, yeah, please. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I want to first just commend you guys on what y'all do. I think it's a huge point of pride for our state, so thank you very much. My first question, I'll talk about reefs and then go to SAV. I know you're underfunded, and you guys do a lot with what you've already been given, but how hard would it be to monitor what comes off of the sites that you've planted?
So talking about harvest on
Reefs that you've created.
Culch versus, so I think that right now, at least from this point in the past, there's no way to be able to separate out what's been harvested on culch reefs versus wild reefs. In the future, looking forward, maybe there's a way we could, in particular, those larger sites, depending how we manage those, there might be a way to better keep track of landings from those areas. In our scoping period, the survey we had sent out, that was trying to get at just a little bit more of the use of those culch reefs versus wild reefs, but we didn't have great response. So again, we're going to be sending that back out with a direct mailing to people with oyster landings, plus sending it out to our constant contact email list. So we'll try to get that out and see if we can get a little more information there. But those trying to tease out landings from really small sites is going to be hard.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have something to add. So With the sanctuary program, each year we conduct monitoring where we have a team of divers go into the water and we visit all 15 sanctuaries throughout the summer. And for instance, this past year, we had 130 sites or 140 sites that we visited, spread out throughout those 15 sanctuaries. And the goal is to understand what the population dynamics, the population demographic breakdown is for each of those sanctuaries. So in all, like we have rotating divers that go throughout May to August, diving down, collecting material that oysters have grown on, and then we bring up some of that material and we measure all those oysters. So we'll measure 20,000 oysters in a single season. And that's a considerable amount of effort. Like we work 50, 60 hours a week, and that's just for 15 sites. So to put some perspective into like what the effort behind monitoring is for just the sanctuaries alone, it's considerable. And then to do that for the culture sites would also be something that has to be a lot of manpower dedicated to it. Currently for Culch, it's a slightly different approach. We use patent tongs, and that's only done at sites that are less than 3 years old. And I'm not exactly knowledgeable about what the sampling requirements, how many sites they visit per year, but certainly more than 50.
Thanks. And I was thinking more of on the back end, on the trip ticket side, being able to, if it just, you have like a, whatever, like a R for reef, right? It means you like pulled it off a reef in D9. I was just thinking about that. Gotcha. Also too, what do you think about incentivizing people to harvest from those reefs? I think if we monitor it, it might be, what do you think about incentivizing it? Incentivizing people to go out there and harvest those instead of from wild reefs?
So that, at least in the mechanical fishery, that's an issue I think we'll develop with those, again, those big 10-acre sites. Maybe, like right now, when the trigger is tripped for the threshold in the mechanical fishery, it closes down. But maybe those larger sites, we don't have a threshold, and that's what's open, and that's just where, draw people to fish them because it's open. Or, I don't know, if they're just in better condition than the wild reefs around too.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. And thanks for responding to all these. My next question, you said you're 395 acres of no harvest. How many are open to harvest?
The total shellfishing open to harvest acreage off the top of my head, I do not have.
Cool.
But just because it's open to shellfish harvest does not necessarily mean there's an oyster there. So getting at that total footprint of live oyster reef in the state is something we're working on.
Awesome. And again, thanks for what you guys are doing. This is not putting pressure, I'm just asking. With the SAV stuff, is it federally managed, or do we have any say that at a state level?
So the SAV management is done through the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. So it is state managed.
And then also, I know we had kind of record SAV recruit, I don't know what you would call it, just a lot of SAV is growing. Do you see a world in which we can loosen up some of the SAV requirements? I just know there's it seems like a lot of guys are losing ground to SAV and gals.
SAV requirement for what? Sorry, to clarify.
It could be anything from lease to, like for leaseholders or like the.
So the leaseholders through the Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay, that's federal.
Nationwide 48 permit regional conditions, so that is fairly mandated.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's really the only restrictions that we have on SAV and for any type of gear or other. Besides if you're doing permitting through DCM chemists, stuff like that, but for our with
Okay, great. Thanks, guys. Thanks for answering all those questions.
Yep. And We are working on the updated blueprint, oyster blueprint. You know, we're hitting our goals now, or we will in the next couple of years with that new $14.9 million grant to hit that 500 acres. So we're working with our partners and other organizations and academia to see what our next goals are for the next 5 to 10 years, if it's acreage size or if it's actually modifying materials, footprint, stuff like that. And so we'll be gaining a lot of that information over the next year or two to hopefully provide.
I did want to note that the SAV expansion that we were speaking to was in regards to the mechanical clam harvest. The clam harvest is done on public bottom, so it's different than the lease permitting side of it. And the reason that we're trying to avoid the SAV is because it's established that it's a critical habitat.
Right. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Approximately how many people participate in mechanical harvesting of clams and oysters?
Clams and oysters?
Yeah, and/or oysters.
I can speak to clams.
Okay, tell me clams.
I think the last year it was 5.
5.
Yes.
Do we know anything about oysters?
Yeah, it's been dropping, but I forget the most recent number. It's like 300 and change.
Okay. And one other thing, the recreational shellfish license, I think, or permit is a good thing, but I think if you put a dollar figure to it, it's got to go through the General Assembly. So we just need to keep that in mind and check on that. Anybody with anything else? Commissioner Bland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, comparable to the Bay States, Maryland, Virginia, and the Gulf states, who have done a good amount of management that has led to some a long-term harvest period, comparably to North Carolina. Does North Carolina have anything to learn or gain by the management strategies implemented in the Gulf and the Bay States that have provided for long-term oyster fisheries that sustain quite a few oyster houses and all along the East Coast, knowing that one place that I deal with, you know, as a commercial fisherman and other species, nearly shuck oysters from the Gulf and Bay States year-round. So I'm wondering if what North Carolina could learn from those management strategies that other states in other areas have implemented.
Yeah, so we are aiming to be able to collect the data we need to someday do a fishery management plan where we can actually, put a number on, what's sustainable or not. So up until this point, and currently, especially in the mechanical fishery, it's managed essentially to a habitat threshold where the number 26%, when that percent is less than 26% legal oysters, the mechanical fishery is stopped for that management area. And that was based on the trade-off as oysters as a fishery resource versus habitat. And so we've been managing we haven't had those, fishery targets to determine, what sustainable harvest is yet. So we're definitely looking at those states that do have management plans to kind of go from there, or stock assessments rather, to go from there. But the states that do have stock assessments, the areas are very small. So that may be something we think about too, instead of trying to do, a statewide stock assessment and we pick, Pamlico Sound or even a sub-area of Pamlico Sound, whether it be one of our, current mechanical harvest management areas, just start where we can and then get bigger.
Okay, anything? I'm not contagious. Anything else from anybody? All right. Do you have some goals and objectives you want to present us, please?
All right, so we'll go ahead and I'll read through the goals and objectives for Amendment 5 for the oyster fishery plan. The goal for the oyster fishery management plan is to manage the oyster resource to maintain oyster populations that provide long-term harvest and continue to offer protection and ecological benefit to North Carolina's estuaries. To achieve this goal, we have the following objectives. And I'll go through each of those one by one, and then they'll be presented all together after all 5 are said. So the first one, use the best available biological, environmental, habitat, fisheries, social, and economic data to effectively monitor and manage the oyster fishery and its environmental role. Secondly, support and implement the restoration and protection of oyster populations as both a fishery resource and as an important estuarine habitat through the actions of the Culture Planting Program and the Oyster Sanctuary Program. Thirdly, manage oyster harvesting gear use to minimize damage to habitat. And then coordinate with DEQ stakeholders to implement actions that protect habitat and environmental quality consistent with the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan recommendations. And then lastly, promote stewardship of the resource through public outreach to increase public awareness regarding the ecological value of oysters and encourage stakeholder involvement in fishery management and habitat enhancement activities. So here are the goals and objectives all available for you to cite, look over, and I guess you all are open for voting.
Yeah. Any comments? Commissioner Roller.
I was just saying I can make a motion whenever we're ready.
We're ready.
I move that we approve the goals and objectives for the Eastern Oyster FMP Amendment 5 as presented by staff.
Okay. Is there a second to it? Second, Commissioner McNeil. Any further discussion on these goals and objectives? Commissioner Rader.
I am concerned about the word maintain in the goal, because that suggests that status quo is as much as you want, that North Carolina wants. And I expect that it would be enhance and maintain or something like that. If you could pull it back up, see what I mean? You know, the current extent of oyster reefs in North Carolina is a tiny fraction of what it once was, tiny fraction of what it sounds like you would like it to be. And so I think the word maintain is not an aggressive enough verb.
So yeah, I think we definitely agonized over the wording of that one a little bit. We are trying to convey that we'd like to without saying sustainable, since we do not have a stock assessment to say whether or not harvest is sustainable, to maintain populations that can continue to sustain harvest without.
Yeah, but those aren't defined either, so it doesn't help. So, I mean, I would rather have a word like enhance instead of maintain without direction, or just as an initial shot over the bow. This program is intended to continue to expand. Otherwise, if you've adopted a plan that says to maintain and you're going about expanding, I mean, somebody's going to say you're operating outside the aegis of that FMP, and I think it's an important consideration.
Would staff have a problem with that being changed? Okay. Commissioner Roller, would you change your amendment from maintain to enhance?
I would definitely change the wording, or change my motion to change the word to enhance over manage.
And Commissioner McNeil, is that okay with you?
I'm happy to second that change.
All right, okay. All right. Any further discussion on this? Let's get it up there. Want to do a roll call vote? Okay, Laura.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Corbett? Thank you. Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Aye.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes unanimously. All right, let's go on into the goals and objectives for the hard clam.
Okay, so final action for today is to vote on the approval of the draft goal and objectives for Amendment 3 to the Hard Clam Fishery Management Plan. And Clam shares 3 of the same objectives, so this will probably sound repetitive. The goal of Amendment 3 is to manage the hard clam resource to provide long-term harvest and continue to offer protection and ecological benefits to North Carolina's estuaries. To achieve this goal, it's recommended that the following objectives be met. Use the best available biological, environmental, habitat, fishery, social, and economic data to effectively monitor and manage the hard clam fishery and its environmental role. Manage hard clam harvesting gear use to minimize damage to the habitat. Coordinate with DEQ and other stakeholders to implement actions that protect habitat and environmental quality consistent with the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan recommendations. Promote stewardship of the resource through public outreach to increase public awareness regarding the ecological value of hard clams and encourage stakeholder involvement in fishery management and habitat enhancement activities. So I'll pause now for motions and discussions.
Comments or motions or what have you? No comments. I'd like to.
Move adoption as proposed.
Okay, is there a second to it? Commissioner Roller, second it. Further discussion? If not, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Corbett? Thank you. Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Huggins? Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for your work and your presentation.
So this is just a quick reminder that we're at the second step, so where the red arrow is in the fishery management plan timeline. So we're still in the early stages, and then, sorry. Just kidding. Okay, so we're at where the red arrow is, second step. So early stages, so some of our next steps will be to draft these amendments. In July of next year, we'll hold FMP workshops to further develop these drafts with input from advisory committees. Then we'll update the amendment drafts, and then in November of next year, we will present the drafts to all of you so that these can be voted in for public and advisory committee review. We appreciate the opportunity to come in front of you today. If you have any further questions, feel free to contact us.
We appreciate your good work. Thanks so much. Moving on into the striped mullet FMP Amendment 2 draft. Willow, Jeff, can y'all come on up?
So good afternoon. My name is Willow Patton, and I'm a biologist out of the Washington Regional Office. I'm joined here today by Jeff Dobbs, a biologist from our Central District Office in Morehead City. Today we'll be reviewing Amendment 2 to the Striped Mullet Fishery Management Plan. The action item today is for the commission to vote to send draft amendment 2 out for public and advisory committee review. We will first go over the goal and objectives of amendment 2. We will then cover the management unit for this FMP, provide an overview of the striped mullet fisheries in North Carolina, and review the results of the 2022 stock assessment. We will then move into an overview of the 2 issue papers and information paper included in Amendment 2 before reviewing the timeline for implementation of the amendment and taking questions. The Commission approved the goal and objectives of Amendment 2 at their November 2022 business meeting. The goal of Amendment 2 is to manage the striped mullet fishery to achieve a self-sustaining population that provides sustainable harvest using science-based decision-making processes. The objectives to meet this goal are to sustain and restore the spawning stock, to restore, enhance, and protect critical habitat and environmental quality, to monitor and manage fisheries and their environmental impacts, and to promote stewardship of the resource. The management unit of this FMP includes all striped mullet inhabiting North Carolina's coastal and inland fishing waters. Tagging studies in North Carolina suggest a residential adult stock since most striped mullet dart tagged in North Carolina have been recovered in state waters with a small mark recapture distance. Striped mullet are distributed coast-wide in North Carolina and are found in most coastal habitats, including rivers, estuaries, marshes, and the ocean. Mullet begin their lives offshore in offshore spawning grounds, eventually moving inshore into estuarine and shallow water habitats to grow out into adulthood. In the fall, adult mullet move out through the inlets to offshore spawning grounds during their annual spawning migrations, returning to North Carolina's coastal waters in the spring. So now we will move into an overview of the striped mullet commercial fisheries in North Carolina. In the figure on the left, you can see landings and ex-vessel value for the commercial striped mullet fishery by year since 1972. Landings and value peaked from the early 80s to the late 90s because of strong demand from Europe and Asia for roe, creating a highly profitable roe fishery. During the peak demand for roe, 2.5 to 3 million pounds of mullet were landed in some years. Because the commercial fishery primarily targets striped mullet roe, the greatest demand, intensity of harvest, and price per pound occurs in October and November, coinciding with the peak spawning period for striped mullet. From the early 2000s to 2020, landings mostly stabilized to 1 to 1.5 million pounds annually, except for 2016 when landings dipped to just under 1 million pounds. Since 2020, landings in the commercial fishery have increased substantially from about 1.3 million pounds landed in 2020 to 2.1 million pounds landed in 2021. In the figure on the right, you can see the number of trips landing striped mullet and participants in the striped mullet commercial fishery by year. When the number of participants in the fishery has been relatively stable in recent years, the number of trips landing striped mullet has increased substantially since 2019. This indicates that the effort in this fishery has increased over the past few years, resulting in one of the greatest annual landings in the time series in 2021. Commercial landings are not a good indicator of abundance because they are impacted by changes in the market demand, fishing effort, and weather, but what this does show is that fishery removals are increasing on an already overfished stock. In this figure, you can see commercial striped mullet landings by the dominant gear types in the fishery from 1972 to 2021. The heights of the stacked bars represent total pounds of mullet landed by all gear types for that year. You can see that this figure is very similar to the figure in the previous slide showing total landings by year. Each color represents a different gear and the amount of landings contributed by each of those gears in that year. Beach seines and gill nets have been the 2 primary gear types used in the striped mullet commercial fishery. The beach seine fishery accounted for most commercial harvests from 1972 to 1978. You can see beach seine landings in the figure as dark blue bars. Gill nets replaced beach seines as the dominant gear type in the fishery in 1979, and the annual proportion of total landings harvested by gill nets steadily increased until 1995. Gill net landings are shown here as the light blue and green bars. You can see how the proportion of light blue and green has increased over the years, while the dark blue bars have gotten much smaller as beach seine landings have decreased. Since 1995, gill net landings have averaged about 91% of annual striped mullet landings. Runaround gill net landings of striped mullet exceed those of any other gear. The red asterisks represent confidential landings from the beach seine fishery. The commercial striped mullet fishery in North Carolina is highly seasonal and primarily targets spawning female mullet for their roe during their annual spawning migration. This figure shows average commercial mullet harvest by month for 2017 to 2021. As you can see, the majority of mullet are landed in October and November while they're moving out through the inlets into the ocean to spawn. The recreational fishery for mullet is primarily a cast net fishery that targets juvenile white and striped mullet for use as bait. Larger striped mullet are caught and used as cut bait, and some are used as food. Since mullet are rarely encountered during creel surveys, there's a lack of data for recreational striped mullet landings. A cast net study completed by the division in the early 2000s determined that most mullet harvested recreationally using cast nets are likely white mullet. The figure on the left shows the proportions of striped and white mullet harvested in the DMF cast net samples from June to November. You can see that before November, the majority of mullet harvested in cast nets are white mullet, while in November, the majority are striped mullet. This study by the division estimated that about 29% of mullet harvested in cast nets are likely striped mullet. The table on the right shows the number of anglers interviewed by MRIP who harvested different amounts of mullet. Even though mullet are rarely observed during MRIP creel surveys as they are usually released or used prior to the end of the trip, anglers are still asked to provide the number of any fish caught and released or used as bait, including mullet harvested for use as bait during the trip. The MRIP data suggests that about 85% of anglers harvest 1 to 25 mullet during their fishing trips, and 97% of anglers harvest 1 to 50 mullet during their fishing trips. This figure shows recreational striped mullet harvest estimates and numbers of fish developed from MRIP data for 2002 to 2021. Harvest declined after 2002 and 2003 before stabilizing from 2004 to 2017. Harvest declined again from 2018 to 2020 to around 500,000 fish, the lowest values in the time series, before increasing again in 2021. Commercial harvest greatly exceeds recreational harvest. Recreational striped mullet harvest accounted for 1.7% of total harvest in 2019 and 4.2% of total harvest from 1994 to 2019. The division completed a benchmark stock assessment of the striped mullet stock in 2022. The terminal year of the assessment, which was the last year of data that was included, was 2019. If the stock is undergoing overfishing, it means that the fishing is causing a level of mortality that prevents the fishery from producing a sustainable harvest. If the stock is overfished, it means that the spawning stock biomass of the fishery. Can you hold me? Sorry, I'm out of breath.
If the stock is overfished, it means that the spawning stock biomass of the fishery is below the level that is adequate for the recruitment class of the fishery to replace the spawning class of the fishery. The figure on the left shows spawning stock biomass. As you can see, the spawning stock biomass level has been below the threshold shown by the solid black line since the early 2000s. The figure on the right shows fishing mortality. Fishing mortality has been above the threshold, also shown by the solid black line, since 2012, indicating overfishing is occurring. Based on statutory requirements and the status of the stock, management options are presented in Amendment 2 to end overfishing within 2 years and achieve sustainable harvest within 10 years with at least a 50% probability of success. Stock projections indicate a conservative 21.3 to 35.4% reduction in total removals is needed to rebuild the stock, the spawning stock biomass to a sustainable level. Now we will move into an overview of the components of Draft Amendment 2. The amendment contains 2 issue papers that discuss management options for the commercial and recreational striped mullet fisheries to achieve sustainable harvest, and 1 information paper that characterizes the small mesh gill net fishery for striped mullet in North Carolina. The information paper is used to inform the sustainable harvest issue paper because small mesh gill nets are the primary gear used to catch or used to harvest striped mullet in North Carolina. The draft amendment is structured so that each paper is an appendix to the FMP for ease of reference. Now we will walk through an overview of each appendix. First, we will discuss Appendix 1, which is the small mesh gillnet characterization information paper. At their August 2021 business meeting, the MFC passed a motion to not initiate rulemaking on small mesh gillnets, but refer the issue through the FMP process for each species, and for any issues or rules coming out of the species-specific FMP to be addressed at that time. In North Carolina, small mesh gillnets are the predominant gear used to harvest striped mullet. Most striped mullet are harvested commercially using runaround or other actively fished gillnets, and striped mullet harvested incidentally in set small mesh gillnets are rarely discarded unless they are unmarketable. Most other species harvested incidentally in targeted striped mullet fisheries are marketable as well. In the figure on the right, you can see that particularly during the fall, striped mullet constitute a high percentage of the harvest from runaround gillnets. Per direction from the MFC, small mesh gillnets must be addressed during review of the striped mullet FMP. Appendix 1 characterizes the small mesh gillnet fishery for striped mullet in North Carolina and discusses greater flexibility with constraining harvest, reducing bycatch, and to the greatest extent practical, reducing conflict between gillnet users and other stakeholders. The information paper presents information to inform the potential management measures discussed in the Sustainable Harvest issue paper. This includes how mesh size restrictions, regional management, trip limits, and yardage restrictions could be expected to impact striped mullet harvest. The paper also presents information about how management options for small mesh gillnets used to manage the striped mullet fishery may impact other small mesh gillnet fisheries. It also addresses the topic of bycatch in the striped mullet commercial small mesh gillnet fishery and discusses other small mesh gillnet fisheries that harvest striped mullet incidentally. Now we will transition into discussing Appendix 2, which is the Sustainable Harvest issue paper. This figure, which can be found in Appendix 2 on page 57 of the Draft Amendment 2, shows estimated recruitment levels for the North Carolina striped mullet stock from 1990 to 2019. In this figure, the orange line shows average recruitment from 1990 to 2019. The purple line shows average high recruitment that occurred from 1990 to 2004, while the blue line shows average low recruitment that has occurred since 2008. Recruitment in North Carolina's striped mullet stock has generally declined since highs in the 1990s and early 2000s and has been lower than the average for over 10 years. Recruitment and recent trends in recruitment are important because stock projections and recovery is highly dependent on recruitment assumptions. Recovery timelines and probabilities of success were projected for both low and average recruitment scenarios to ensure that calculated reductions will meet statutory requirements to rebuild the stock within 10 years with at least a 50% probability of success. These recruitment scenarios were chosen because they represent recent trends in recruitment. This table, which can be found in Appendix 2 on page 57, shows number of years and probability of reaching the target or threshold at different reduction levels with different recruitment assumptions. A 21.3 to 35.4 reduction in removals is projected to, at a minimum, bring spawning stock biomass, or SSB, to the threshold within 10 years. Even with low recruitment, a 21.3% reduction is projected to bring SSB to the threshold in 7 years with low recruitment and in 2 years with average recruitment. A 35.4 reduction is projected to bring SSB to the threshold in 3 years with low recruitment and in 2 years with average recruitment. If low recruitment occurs, SSB is never projected to reach the target regardless of harvest reduction level. Managing to bring SSB to the target value rather than the threshold increases the probability that management from Amendment 2 will be effective in rebuilding the stock. Variable and unexpected conditions, including changes in fishing behavior or environmental conditions, can result in selected management measures not being as effective as projected. The specific management measures discussed in Amendment 2 are both quantifiable and projected to meet the required striped mullet harvest reductions based on 2019, the terminal year of the stock assessment. All options presented achieve sustainable harvest within 10 years with at least a 50% probability of success. The North Carolina Fisheries Reform Act requires management measures to be implemented to address the overfished and overfishing stock status as determined by the peer-reviewed stock assessment. The options discussed in this paper were refined based on input from the MFC and feedback received from the Striped Mullet FMP Advisory Committee during their summer workshop. Management measures being considered in this paper include size limits, season closures, trip limits, day of the week closures, combinations of measures, stop net management, seasonal catch limits or quotas, area closures, limited entry, and adaptive management. The division has indicated the management options that we are recommending in this paper, but those recommendations are subject to change based on feedback we receive from the public and MFC standing advisory committees. A framework for adaptive management of the striped mullet stock is also discussed in Appendix 2. Adaptive management provides flexibility to incorporate new information and accommodate alternative or additional actions. Peer-reviewed stock assessments or stock assessment updates should continue to be used to inform management of the North Carolina striped mullet stock. Stock assessments can be used to determine if management targets are being met. The adaptive management framework presented in this paper would allow the director to use proclamation authority based on the results of a stock assessment update to adjust season closures, day of week closures, trip limit, and gill net yardage or mesh restrictions to help ensure management targets are being met. Use of the director's proclamation authority for adaptive management would be contingent on consultation with the MFC advisory committees and approval by the Marine Fisheries Commission. Approving this adaptive management framework would allow the division to respond more quickly to changes in the stock in between full reviews of the FMP in response to stock assessment updates. In a situation where the stock is determined to have recovered based on the results of a stock assessment update, guardrail management could be considered as part of the adaptive management framework recommended by the division. Guardrail management would be management implemented once the stock has recovered to prevent the stock from becoming overfished and undergoing overfishing again in the future. An industry work group would be formed to assist the division in developing management options to maintain spawning stock biomass and fishing mortality at or above targets. The public and standing advisory committees would provide input, and adoption of these measures would be contingent upon MFC approval. This is Table 2.18 in Appendix 2 and summarizes the management options presented in the paper for your consideration. All of these options are presented in more detail in Appendix 2. There are options for minimum and maximum size limits, seasonal size limits, season closures, including regional closures, trip limits, day of the week closures, combinations of options such as pairing trip limits with other restrictions, options for management specific to the stop net fishery, seasonal catch limit options, area closures, limited entry, and adaptive management. These options are also are listed on page 4 through 9 in the decision document. Now we will switch to discussing Appendix 3, which is the characterization and management of the North Carolina recreational mullet fishery issue paper. Appendix 3 characterizes and explores potential non-quantifiable management options in support of sustainable harvest objectives in the recreational mullet fishery. Because of uncertainty in recreational harvest estimates, it is not possible to calculate harvest reductions from any specific management measure. Regardless of recreational fishery magnitude or importance, implementing management on the commercial fishery without limiting recreational harvest could shift effort and have the potential to complicate enforcement. Whether recreational harvest reductions are quantifiable or not, sustainability objectives should be consistent between commercial and recreational fisheries management. In this appendix, we use the available data for guidance as we discuss management options that would allow for traditional use of the resource while supporting sustainability objectives. The options being considered in this paper include individual bag limits, size-based and seasonal bag limits, vessel limits, bag and vessel limits for for-hire fishing operations, and adaptive management. The mullet rule implemented a 200 fish recreational individual bag limit. However, given the current status of the stock, such a high bag limit is no longer appropriate. The bag limit reduction options presented in Appendix 3 would likely be sufficient for most recreational users while allowing for traditional use of the fishery and ensuring that management of the recreational fishery is consistent with the sustainability objectives of Amendment 2. This is Table 3.7 in Appendix 3 and summarizes the management options presented in the paper for your consideration. All of these options are presented in more detail in Appendix 3. Management options include recreational individual bag limits, seasonal and size bag limits, and options to manage for for-hire vessel operations. These options are listed on page 10 and 11 of the decision document. Here are the initial DMF management recommendations. These were included in the draft amendment so that the public and standing advisory committees could provide their specific input for these recommendations. The recommended options were refined using input from the Striped Mullet FMP Advisory Committee. In developing these recommendations, we aim to allow for traditional use of the fishery while achieving the necessary reductions to rebuild the stock. It's important to note that we are in the drafting stage of Amendment 2. The amendment, including the division's initial recommendations, are subject to change based on input we receive from the public and advisory committees. The year-round Saturday and Sunday 50-pound trip limit would limit harvest while reducing user group conflict and preferentially benefiting full-time participants. The 30-pound stop net catch cap would allow the remaining participants in the stop net fishery to continue fishing for mullet because some of the other options would effectively exclude them otherwise. The 50-pound trip limit for all of January and from November 16th to December 31st would limit harvest while allowing for the targeted and most profitable component of the striped mullet fishery to continue and would limit discards of fish harvested incidentally in fisheries not targeting mullet. The recreational individual bag limit of 50 fish would be sufficient for most recreational anglers while limiting recreational harvest, and the for-hire vessel allowance to possess the bag limit times the number of anglers they are licensed to carry would allow for traditional use of the fishery. The proposed adaptive management framework would allow the division to respond more quickly to changes in stock status and projections to help ensure that sustainability targets are met. The action item today is for the Commission to vote to send Draft Amendment 2 for public and advisory committee review. Public comment and AC review would occur from December 18th, 2023 to January 17th, 2024. At your February meeting, you are scheduled to select your preferred management options and send the draft FMP to the DEQ Secretary for legislative review. At your May meeting, you are scheduled to vote on final adoption of the plan. And with that, we can begin discussion and any questions.
Okay, before I open up for discussion, I just want to make sure everybody knows that we're just voting to approve this draft amendment for public and advisory committee review. We're not voting on the final thing today. Commissioner Corbett.
And I promised that I would not be long-winded and I wouldn't say everything I'm going to say at the next one. So if you feel like I'm getting too far, hit me with the gavel. So first off, you make it sound like, when you say that, you make it sound like the mullets go out into the ocean and they don't come back. They go out Bear Inlet, they come back in Bogue Inlet, then they go back out, and then they come, and sometimes they go down the waterway and they never come back to the ocean until later on because they're going inside. And I said this at the meeting, and all y'all looked like I had two heads, but they go inside and they go into these creeks and these big bays, and they get dirt, and they use that to help push the roe out. That's why they go inside at all these inlets. And a lot of these fish don't come back. They keep going south. I know y'all don't think that, but there was a guy that had a drone that was on Facebook this year, and he started at Bogue Inlet, and he was filming the same school of fish all the way down. He was in St. Simon's Island, Georgia, you know. So these fish, they do move all around. I agree that I think they come back in the spring. The other thing I would like to say is, you know, I started doing this in 1977, got on a row mullet run around boat with Jack Millis in Sneed's Ferry. And so unless you're 48 years old, you've not been looking at these things as long as I have. The only man in here I know of that's been looking at them longer than me is Joey Frost sitting right back there. And, you know, in my years doing this, and I've done it every year since 1977, I've never seen as many mullets in the water as I have the last 3 years. So one of my recommendations would be that some of you people doing these drafts and trying to make these, bring us this information, call some of these guys and get on a boat and go look at how many fish are out there. Because I guarantee you right now, there's 10 million pounds on the back of this beach from Hatteras to South Carolina line. You know, if you want to get in a plane and go look, they're there. I mean, there was 1 million pounds in Topsail Inlet 3 days ago when I went spot fishing. And so it's hard for me to believe that this stock is in the dire strait that you would have us believe. Now, on the other hand, I'm the first person to say that I would like to see things better, even if they're good. So I'm not saying that nothing needs to be done. I'm going along with, you know, something needs to be done, but what don't need to be done is close the Southern District where we don't get to catch a fish like we did this year. You know, it needs to be fair all the way across. And as far as the people coming in here and saying, we catch them for recreational bait, we don't hurt a thing. You know, if you take in the poundage that the commercial fishery catches and the size of those fish, you'll see that the number of fish is almost exactly the same. It's just they're catching those fish before they ever have a time to grow up and ever drop roe one time. So, you know, it shouldn't be a recreational commercial thing. And the one thing that I want to add for Joey here that slipped past you guys, because I was on the FMP, you know, Joey told y'all that for his pound net fishery, which is a historical fishery, the only one left that I know of, to break even, he would have to catch 30,000 pounds a year. That was his statement to you. So when you put down what you want the stop net fishery to have, and I have no dog in the stop net fishery, I'm a run around gill net guy. But, you know, if you put him to a limit of 30,000 pounds, you're closing him down because he's not going to go out there and do it and not try to make a little bit of money, you know. So, like I say, that has nothing to do with helping me. It's just I think y'all misunderstood when he said 30,000 pounds. You may have thought that's what he said he needed to catch for a season, you know. But and I have nothing to say to push anything off. I think we should push this through and go on to the next phase. It's just I have a lot of questions and I have a lot more stuff I want to discuss when we come back.
Yep, thank you for all that input. There's quite a few things to address there. But two of the main points that I picked out of there that I would like to address now is our tagging study that was done in 2002, I believe it ended. We're pretty confident in it, but one of our research recommendations for this amendment is to repeat a tagging study and also to do another cast net study to try to investigate that a little bit more. In terms of how the stock has changed since 2019, unfortunately, we are statutorily bound to manage based on the stock assessment completed in 2019. While I agree with you, there, you know, anecdotally appears to be more mullet. We can't quantify that currently, so we can't manage on that. But we are going to update that stock assessment as soon as we have enough data and enough years after the previous one. So as soon as we can do that, we are planning on updating this stock assessment.
Other questions, comment? Commissioner Roller.
One of the comments we continue to hear, starting at the advisory panel level up through here, is when we look at it recreational versus commercial harvest, is that the Rex harvests so many small fish, it doesn't equate. You know, they harvest just as many fish, they're just smaller. Does the stock assessment not take that into consideration? Like for how?
Yeah, it's the stock assessment for the recreational catch. It is converted to weight because we need everything in the same units. But as I'm sure you can imagine, an adult fish ready to spawn has more ecological value because you're going to have natural mortality from these smaller juvenile stages to an adult. So it's going to take some X number of juveniles to get one adult because of that natural mortality, which is fairly high on these smaller fish. There's a lot of predation and environmental factors. We can't quantify that, so we are left with just using a single unit of measure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's the clarification I was getting for. Thank you. The other point, I won't make you go back to the slides because it was such an elaborate, but it's safe to say by our data that basically strike net landings are at historic highs and also with effort, correct? Or at least close to it?
So we do have, I believe, the 2022. Is that okay? So this slide shows the 2022 harvest, and you can see that it also increased significantly after 2021 to 2,720,000 pounds, which I believe was the fifth highest on record. And then you can see that trips pretty much leveled off, but participation remained pretty constant.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Corbett.
And if you would get on my boat or go sit on the beach with Joey and watch these blacks come down the beach, they don't just get eaten when they're this big. Because a lot of times when we run a school, there's 4 thresher sharks and any number of sandbars and everything. A lot of times we won't run because there's so many sharks jumping up in them, eating spinner sharks. So they don't just get eaten when they're little. They get eaten when they're big too, and a lot of them get eaten when they're big.
Yeah,
it's a bait fish. I mean,
yeah, yes, I'm not denying that there's natural mortality for adults. It's just that a female adult ready to spawn, that's what we include in our spawning stock biomass. It takes a lot of little fish, you look at something like 80% natural mortality from the juvenile stage to the adult stage. So that would be, 4 little fish or 5 little fish needed for every 1 big fish. So I don't know, we don't have the data to do that calculation. We don't include that in the model. But I understand what you're saying, that the numbers are about even, but I think there is some additional ecological value to these large adults that are ready to spawn.
Well, the reason I use that number is because you weigh the small fish and say, okay, we ain't got but this many in the recreational industry. And then you weigh the big fish and go, oh, we got way this many in the other one. So you're kind of skewing it when you do that also. I'm like Tom, if you did numbers to numbers, it'd be one thing. But anyway, I'm going to quit because I said I'd wait till February meeting.
Okay. Anything else?
My question is, I think it's great that you're looking at tagging and castnet studies. Would it be possible to look at other ways of monitoring the population, like aerial surveys, drone surveys, at times of the year when the water might be clearer? It just seems that if everything is shifting, maybe it's time to shift how the data is collected as well. Is that a possibility?
This is absolutely just a draft, a work in progress. We are open to any recommendation. So I think that might be a good research recommendation that we would want to look into further. I think it was on our longer list previously. We kind of tried to trim it down to, I believe, 5. But yeah, if there's interest from the commission, we could definitely explore that.
Commissioner Rader.
Commissioner Gardner got part of my comment, but a related aspect of it has to do with the applicability of the adaptive management framework for fecund, early to mature, low trophic rank fish that can respond very quickly to a change in environmental conditions, exacerbated by the schooling behavior at the time of catch, so that we really can have a dramatic difference occur in stock condition much faster than the stock assessment update process as it's traditionally managed can account for, which really is an indictment of the investment by the state of North Carolina in the stock assessment and management architecture and infrastructure. And so I guess what I'm wondering about is, as you think about the adaptive framework in this FMP, whether there might be measures that are identified that might serve as triggers for reconsideration prior to a formal stock assessment update driving an adaptive framework, management framework intervention. What I'm thinking about is the river herring fishery management plan and the identification of trigger points and things like that. And then following Commissioner Gardner, having seen both underwater drone and aerial reconnaissance done on anchoveta and herrings and menhaden and other things that are schooling small-bodied fishes, whether we might explore some of those mechanisms to create an interim trigger point of some sort to look at that. Because otherwise, it'll be 2027, 2028 in the water. I mean, who knows? And that just seems like we could be way behind the curve on a relatively fast responding fish.
So I will say we did previously have triggers, but they were based on commercial harvest, and we heard from commercial fishermen that that wasn't a good way to assess the stock.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about harvest at all, but rather some insight to measure.
Yeah, and based on that, we did consider trying to look into management triggers. We got a little stalled out on that, but that is something that we can continue to look at if the commission has interest in us.
Yeah, and I'm not advocating it to wordsmith here and now, but rather to think about and implementing an adaptive framework intervention, a management framework intervention, that you might take that into consideration during the development of the final development of the plan.
Commissioner Bland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate the comments from Commissioner Gardner and Commissioner Rader. I think the dynamic of this stock and how biologically it acts year-round would hint at a better way of surveying. And I could think of no better survey, honestly, than to take an aerial picture of these fish as they congregate, they school, and they make their large spawning movement runs. And I think this is something that could be fairly easily implemented with the technologies that we have today. Drone technology that, I mean, you can stand on the ground and cover 6, 8, 10, 12, 15 miles with, good drones within a matter of just a little effort. And so I think that would be a very positive thing to look towards and look seriously at is the implementation of a new way of taking a look at these fish. And I just wanted to reiterate those comments. Thank you.
I think the division absolutely believes that that is a great tool. We just recently hired our first drone technician. So this is sort of, on the front of the technology for DMF. We are just starting into this. And the realistic timetable for that would be we establish some sort of drone program, and then we would try to move into creating something for striped mullet to monitor them. But then we would need to get some baseline data. We would need some years, and we would need something to use as a reference to where we're going to decide these triggers would be. So this definitely something we can look into, but it's not something we could implement for a trigger within this amendment. It would most likely be probably 2 amendments away, just because you need a time series. We also need time to develop these programs. We would need more funding for increased staff, because right now, like I said, we have 1 program lead and 1 technician for the drone program.
Commissioner McNeil.
Yeah, real quick, I love the drone idea. I'm just curious how you look at an aerial picture of a school of fish and decide how many fish are there.
I am not a drone expert, but I do know that there are some recognized methodologies for doing that. They've been done in other areas, as Dr. Rader had said, with the anchoveta and some other species. So we would probably just, take the research that's already been done and apply that to North Carolina, as we've done for any program that we have here. Did you want to add anything?
Anybody else? Anything? Commissioner Roller.
So in some of the recommendations, with partial seasonal closures, you recommend a 50-pound allowance for weekends or other days. What was the rationale to get to 50 pounds?
Yeah, so if you read through the small mesh gillnet issue paper, or information paper, sorry, you see that striped mullet are commonly caught incidentally in other small mesh gillnet fisheries. And that we basically looked back and we saw that over 90% of those caught less than 50 pounds of mullet. And what we're trying to do is reduce discards as much as we can. So what this would do would effectively eliminate a reason to target striped mullet, but would still allow fishermen to retain this small bag limit in order to reduce discards and make it so that we're not just wasting these fish.
Specifically, what small mesh fisheries are those? Like what other targeted species would those be caught in?
Go ahead.
There it goes. So, down my way, there's a lot of guys that set nets for spots during that time of year because we're still catching spots till January, even though we're closed now, December 8th. But, in the past, they would fish that and you would catch 8 or 10 mullets, and most of these guys are carrying them to the house at the camp they got to cook and all. So I think that was pretty much what we decided during the FMP, was that we didn't dead discard those fish when they could be used.
But to further address that, in the northern part of the state, Albemarle Sound, the primary fishery that also incidentally catches mullet would be the white perch fishery. It's a set net fishery. That's where most of it's coming from in the north, but you also have spotted sea trout, you have kingfish. It's also, there's small amounts caught even in drift nets with Spanish mackerel, things like that. Yeah, so it's pretty ubiquitous. They're caught in just about every small mesh fishery.
Okay, still got a long ways to go to get through this amendment, more processes. I would like to, the chair would entertain a motion to approve draft amendment 2 for public and advisory committee review.
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Roller. Is there a second? Commissioner McNeil. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Buffet?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Corbett? Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Thank you for your work, and we'll be back to go into rulemaking. On back, please. I'd like to get everybody here for this part. If one of you Marine patrols would stick your head out in the lobby, I'd appreciate it. See if there's any. We're missing 3. We're going to go to our rulemaking issues update. I turn it over to our general counsel, Sir Philip Reynolds.
It's the nicest thing anybody said about me today, and will be. This year. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to talk to you, or need to talk to you about about two different things today. Both relate to your actions at the August meeting, and specifically for rules, as one might take away from the agenda item, which is titled Rulemaking. But at the last meeting, so I'm going to take this sort of in order. At the last meeting, I updated you as to the objections raised by the Wildlife Resources Commission to your mutilated finfish rule, and noted that we would come back to you at this meeting with some rule language in an attempt to satisfy that objection. However, in the meantime, some things have changed. Specifically, when the budget became law, there were some provisions relating to rulemaking and the return of rules to an agency. And what those were, or among those, was that previously when the RRC objected to a rule, the rule stayed under review unless and until the agency requested the rule to be returned to it, which would end that rulemaking and you would essentially have to start over. After your last meeting, I communicated with the RRC council who had been handling that rule and who was actually on leave to let them know that the commission, and provided this in an email, that the commission intended to submit changes to the rule to satisfy that objection, but that we needed some additional time to try to work out something with the Rules Review Commission. With the Wildlife Resources Commission, because it didn't make sense for us to submit the same rule again with some slight modifications to it if we weren't able to work it out. Those things had happened under the old sort of the old structure of the APA, but when the budget became law, it allowed, or I'm sorry, not allowed, but it required the Rules Review Commission to return the rules to the agency if an actual rule had not been submitted to satisfy the objection. So they really didn't have a choice, and they did exactly what the law required them to do. And among the agencies who had rules returned to them, the commission had its mutilated finfish rule returned, meaning that that portion of the rulemaking is over. I am happy to report, however, that because the objection was not to existing language and was not based on a lack of authority, the existing mutilated finfish rule stayed intact, stayed in the code, no problem. So that rule is still there, it's still in effect. But one of the options that I had discussed with you all at the August meeting was issuing an interpretive ruling related to the director's ability to issue proclamations to alter the effect of that rule. And that's what I intend to come back to you with in February, is more language along those lines so that we can reach the impact or reach the outcome that you all wanted. As you remember, one of the primary causes of the objection from the WRC was that it had insisted that the MFC include an exemption for all fin fish used as bait. We had talked about that, sort of defeating the purpose of the rule, but we can address what we were hoping to address through the interpretive ruling I'll bring to you for your consideration. So unless there's any questions about that, then I'm happy to move on. Okay, great. Okay, so the other thing that I talked to you about was the authority in joint waters and the continuing and consistent assertion by the WRC that it has exclusive authority in joint waters over hook and line, which is not how we read that rule and not how the informal advisory opinion issued by the AG's office saw that rule either. So I asked you to allow me to come back to you this meeting with some revised language, and I had at the time limited my recommendation to being simply striking out one portion of the rule, being B3, but also ask you to allow us to consider any other changes, work with staff to consider any other changes that might be appropriate. And as we looked at it into it further, I realized that there were more problems with that rule than would be solved by simply striking out the one line, because it wouldn't address the broader picture of conflict resolution between the two commissions over joint water. And as you're also aware, since August, and specifically at the WRC's October meeting, it was at the end of October, they are intending to move forward with some additional rules clarifying their authority in joint waters. Now, of course, I would say that that likely runs afoul of the very same type of, the very same statutes that they asserted this commission ran afoul of in adopting the mutilated finfish rule and more. But we can save that for another discussion. But I would anticipate that the division and the commission will have some objections to that, the current rule language, that they're trying to get that clarification. And in my view, the rules, the two rules specifically that raise some concern would be proposed rules in the WRC's 10C rules and the 0800 section, and specifically setting, really it's repeating the same sort of rules that they already have for designating certain species as inland game fish in coastal waters. As you all know, inland game fish in coastal waters, the WRC has exclusive authority over that. It's been that way since the late 60s, I think. So that's not really new, but now they have taken the contents of that rule and put it into another rule and said that it specifically applies in joint waters. It seems unnecessary to me, but that's part of their effort to clarify their authority as I understand it. And I appreciate Catherine for providing all of that update and summary about those rule changes. So, but specifically speaking to 3Q0106, which is the rule that we've been discussing, you have in front of you today and have been provided via email two documents. One is proposed revisions to that rule and the regulatory impact analysis related to that rule. And just sort of as a preview, what I'm going to ask you all to do or recommend that you do is that you authorize staff to move forward with publishing the notice of text pending OSBM's approval of the regulatory impact analysis. OSBM is the Office of State Budget Management. They are responsible for approving and/or certifying fiscal notes and regulatory impact analysis that are required to be undertaken and prepared prior to a rule going out to public comment. We do not see, I have worked with staff, I do not see, and staff does not see that there will be any fiscal impact or any change necessary or required with regard to this rule, because it's not impacting anything other than providing a new conflict resolution, a more clear conflict resolution provision. And as I told you very candidly, in order to become effective, this rule will either have to be agreed to by the by the Wildlife Resources Commission, or resolved through the conflict through the governor's office through the conflict provision in 113, 132 D. So we pulled up the rule on the screen, and again, you have it in front of you. And what you'll see is that I am proposing that you will strike out, that you go out to public comment to strike out all of the existing rule. But a lot of that same language is mirrored in the proposed amendment, which is all underlined. And so what the first two provisions do, A and B, is that it recognizes and sets out the same types of information about both commissions' authority in joint water as does the statute, while also recognizing that this doesn't apply to inland game fish in coastal waters, which we don't regulate to begin with. And then in C, it refers to, or it provides that in the event in joint waters there is a conflict in our rules, and specifically a conflict related to marine and estuarine resources, that this commission's rules would supersede. Now, I want to be very clear about something. This rule does not require a change in any of the rules currently adopted by the Wildlife Resources Commission. As a matter of statutory authority, the Wildlife Resources Commission does have the authority to set size limits, season limits for marine and estuarine resources in inland waters. That does create some problems for DMF in this body, because we know that marine and estuarine resources are being taken in inland waters, but there's no reporting on that, on those takings. So we can only know what's being taken under our rules in joint and coastal waters through the various data collection programs. But the statute does provide that they have that authority. But what has happened is when they decoupled the rules and created new rules under their inland game fish, I sort of see it as a subset of inland game fish and coastal waters. There's two different classifications, but what they're calling inland game fish, my understanding is they view it as a requirement that they now enforce those inland rules in joint waters based on 0106, which they have their own rule that mirrors that in 10C. So they have 10C 0106, and it says the same thing as our 0106. But that's what created the conflict in the overlapping jurisdiction, the concurrent jurisdictions in joint waters that both commissions share, specifically, as you saw as an example, in August for flounder. Right? So they have inland rules for flounder. Those rules were adopted in 2022, setting limits. And as I said, provided in the regulatory impact analysis at the time, this commission and the division strongly objected to that, and assurances were given, and to me specifically, that it shouldn't be a problem because those new rules would only apply in inland waters, and it wasn't until August of this year that they decided to change that and then move out or started applying inland rules in joint waters. And there are a few other examples as well, and I know that you all are very aware of that. So what I have tried to do is provide you a way to help resolve those conflicts and say, your inland rules are your inland rules, our coastal rules are our coastal rules. But when it comes to marine and estuarine resources, for joint water specifically, our rules supersede yours. So none of their inland rules would have to change. None of our coastal rules would have to change. And what that does is it returns it to the status quo that we had been operating under for decades, so that there is a uniform approach, at least for coastal and joint fishing waters across all user groups, which, as you're all aware, you're statutorily required to take into consideration when you're adopting fishery management plans. You're required to consider impacts to recreational and commercial users. So that's what C does. D goes on and provides a little bit more clarification to what does it mean to have a rule pertaining to marine and estuarine resources. And you'll see that what I'm proposing is a reference back to your authority in 143B 289.52, which is part of your organic statutes, the statutes that create you as a body, that I'll give you broad authority to regulate time, manner, place, size limits, quantity limits for marine and estuarine resources. I mean, that is your primary duty, is to manage and conserve, as the statute says, marine and estuarine resources. And it also includes a provision for a proclamation authority. And then E is just sort of what I would consider the catch-all to say that nothing in this rule is intended to affect any other authorities that either commission have. And the chair actually asked me a very good question earlier, and I intend to update this in the regulatory impact analysis. And that is, this rule, again, as I said earlier, won't have any impact on any existing rules, but sort of in a belt and suspenders type of approach, right? They both hold up your pants, but a lot of people like to wear both of them sometimes. You know, I guess it makes them look dressier. I'm not sure, or maybe they just need more help keeping their pants up. But in any regard, I'll clarify in the proposed draft regulatory impact analysis a very clear statement that this does not impact any existing joint rules related to shad, striped bass, and that it will not require the amendment of or modification to any other existing rule currently. Now, that could change if they get the joint water rule, again, that I discussed proposed to be in 10C 0800, but the intent is not to ask them to go back and undo everything they've done over the last 2 years. If those are the rules they choose to have in inland waters, we recognize that's within their authority. But this is absolutely necessary to very clearly provide for the management of marine and estuarine resources, and in the best interest of the marine and estuarine resources, as the division and this commission is set up to do that very thing, to make science-based decisions, to collect data, to be able to respond rapidly through the use of proclamations and temporary rule suspensions. You all have that flexibility and that ability, and you all have the expertise in it. Now, I say that knowing very well that there's considerable disagreement at times over whether there is, in fact, expertise, and certainly about whether there's agreement as to policy-making decisions, but notwithstanding that, it is still your primary obligation and responsibility statutorily to undertake those things, which is different than, and I'm not suggesting it's better or worse, but it's different than the authorities and the management abilities, specifically for proclamation that the WRC possesses. So with that, I am very happy to take any questions. And again, just to sum it up, what I'm asking you all to do is to delegate the staff the authority to move forward, to publish the notice of text in the register once we get final approval from the Office of State Budget and Management on our regulatory impact analysis. Again, we don't have that yet, but what you have in front of you is what's going to go to OSBM for approval. And so rather than waiting to come back in February and doing this again and asking for you to allow us to go out then, we're asking you to give us authority ahead of time, which is something that a lot of commissions do. As you all know, I represent a number of them. It's not unusual to have the information in front of you as you're waiting and give this authorization while you're waiting for the final approval, especially knowing that we could not move forward if we don't get the approval.
Right. Any questions or discussions on this? Okay.
I'll make the motion
Commissioner Corbett.
to go ahead and do what Philip says we need to do to get started for the division.
Yeah, the motion should probably say, we move to that after regulatory impact analysis is approved by the OSBM, we direct staff to publish notice of text.
That's a good.
That's the one.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll second that as stated.
Okay. Second. Any further discussion? Let's do a roll call vote. Yes. The motion was that after approval of the regulatory impact analysis by the OSBM.
See, does that work? So it's stated as, and thank you, Catherine, for helping out here. I think she's captured it well, but I want to check, obviously, with Vice Chair Corbett to say, to approve notice of text for rulemaking to amend 03Q0106 pending OSBM approval of the regulatory impact analysis.
That's good.
That's what you want to say?
Okay, great.
Yep.
That's it.
And that's your second, okay. All right, motion has been made and duly seconded. Any further discussion? If not, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bethay?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton? Thank you. Commissioner Corbett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Thank you. Commissioner Huggins? Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I want to thank
Yes.
you all for your confidence. We'll obviously continue to keep you up to date on how this thing progresses. And if at any point you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me.
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Philip. Okay, Catherine, we got some, as usual, some of the stuff for you to do. Wait a minute, hold on. Come on up here. You know what you're supposed to do. I sure don't. I'm sure it don't mind. I think I got an old copy. Anyway, go ahead and do what you're supposed to do.
I'll be quick because I know I stand between you and Catherine, so. All right, so just real quick, we've got some rule suspensions to bring before you, and since it is the February meeting, in accordance with DMF management policy and MFC rule and general statutes, the director may suspend in whole or in part any MFC rule that may be affected by variable conditions until the next meeting of the commission, at which time the MFC may vote to delegate to the director the authority to continue to suspend the rule, and the MFC may vote to suspend the rule indefinitely for a fixed period of time or until external conditions change or established triggers occur. And following a vote by the MFC to suspend a rule, the division will update the MFC at each meeting with a memo detailing the current list of suspended rules and verbally review the list of suspended rules annually at every November meeting of the MFC. And we are at the November meeting. So I'll try to get through this verbal update as quick as I can, or as quick as my Eastern North Carolina drawl will allow me. But if you'll refer to the MFC rule suspension memo. There is action today, and we'll get back to that once I review the current list of suspended rules. So right now, we have MFC Rule 15A NCAC 030-0501, Sections E4. This rule is suspension allows the division to issue the shellfish relocation permit to permittees already issued a Division of Coastal Management permit for development activities. And the suspension was implemented in Proclamation M11-2023. Next, we have MFC Rule NCAC 03R117, Section C, I, and J of Section 1, the Oyster Sanctuary Rule. And this suspension allows the division to publish correct coordinates for the Pea Island, Raccoon Island, and Swan Island oyster sanctuaries to ensure that the sanctuaries continue to be protected according to the Fishery Management Plan restrictions while the rule is being modified to reflect the correct boundary coordinates. Next, we have Rule 15A NCAC 03M 515, Section A2. This rule is titled Dolphin, and suspension of this rule allows the division to adjust the recreational vessel limit to complement management of dolphin under the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council's Amendment 10 to the Fishery Management Plan for dolphin and wahoo. Next, we have Rule 15A NCAC 03L 0105, Section 2, titled Recreational Shrimp Limits, and suspension of this rule allows the division to modify the recreational possession limit of shrimp by removing the 4 quarts heads on and 2.5 quarts heads off prohibition from waters closed to shrimping in accordance with Amendment 2 to the North Carolina Shrimp Fishery Management Plan. Got 4 more. So next we have Rule 15A NCAC 03J 0103H, gillnet seines, identification restrictions, and suspension of this rule allows the division to implement year-round small mesh gillnet attendance requirements in certain areas of the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River systems. This action was taken as part of the department initiative to review existing small mesh gillnet rules to limit yardage and address attendance requirements in certain areas of the state. Rule 15A NCAC 03L 103, Section A1, titled Prohibited Nets, Mesh Links, and Areas, and this allows the division to adjust trawl net minimum mesh size requirements in accordance with the Amendment 2 to the North Carolina Shrimp Fishery Management Plan. Next, we have Rule 15A NCAC 03J 501E2, definitions and standards for pound nets and pound net sets. The suspension of this rule allows the division to increase the minimum mesh size of escape panels for flounder pound nets in accordance with Amendment 2 to the North Carolina Southern Flounder Fishery Management Plan. And last, we have 2 rules in conjunction, 15A NCAC 03M 519, Section A and B, titled Shad, and 03Q 0107, Section 4. This is Special Regulations in Joint Waters. And suspension of these rules sections allow the division to change the season and creel limit for American shad under the management framework of the North Carolina American Shad Sustainable Fishery Plan. So those are your list of currently suspended rules. We do have 2 rule suspensions to bring to you today. Go back to the memo. So, with your approval of Supplement A to Amendment 1 of the North Carolina Striped Mullet Fishery Management Plan, which adopted the seasonal closures for the commercial and recreational fisheries of the state, to implement Supplement A through proclamation, the director suspended portions of Rule 15A NCAC 03M 502. This is the mullet rule, and it sets the 200 mullet per person per day recreational possession limit. And Rule 15A NCAC 03M 0101, mutilated finfish, which allows for the possession of mutilated mullet when used for bait. So the suspension of these 2 rule sections were needed to issue Proclamation FF 41 2023, which prohibited the possession of mullet during the closed harvest season consistent with Supplement A. So the division recommends that the MFC consider voting to suspend the aforementioned portions of Rules 15A NCAC 03M 502 and 03M 0101 indefinitely to continue to allow the division and the director the ability to implement management adopted by the commission in Supplement A to Amendment 1 to the Striped Mullet FMP. So There should be a draft motion up on the board. It looks like it is. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments? If not, we're going to need to vote on continue suspending the first rules that you mentioned too, correct?
No, you don't have to take any action. That's just a verbal update.
Okay, good enough, good enough. All right. Okay, Chair's looking for a motion to accept this as written.
So moved.
Commissioner Roller, second.
Second it.
Second, Commissioner Corbett. Any further discussion? Yes, go ahead.
It allows you to possess mullet if you get rid of this rule, or it gives the director the power to have. Can you explain what it does one more time?
Yeah, so these two rules, 502, it sets in rule what the recreational possession limit for mullet is. It's 200 fish, and there's no proclamation authority specific in that rule to, modify that possession limit. So it needed to be suspended to issue the proclamation consistent with Supplement A to allow no possession of striped mullet during that closed period. And the mutilated finfish rule suspension, it removes striped mullet as a fish eligible to be used as bait mutilated. So it would have, if the rule wasn't suspended, it would have created a loophole to continue to allow possession of mullet even during the closed season, since it specifically said in that rule that mullet when used for bait. Yep.
Commissioner Blanton.
Another clarifying question. So if the closure is only from the 7th to the end, to the 31st, and we suspend the mutilated finfish rule for mullet and for indefinitely beyond the 31st, that still doesn't allow them, the recreational user, to capture any mullet and have them or cut them.
So that particular proclamation
I'm
does.
just trying to,
Yeah,
just
so
clarification.
that proclamation does expire at the end of the year. So the indefinite portion of it is, if by example, something happens and Supplement A is still in effect for next season and we have to do another year of closure, you won't have to take action again to suspend it if it's suspended indefinitely. Yeah. And really, it's the prerogative of the commission if you just want to suspend it indefinitely or suspend it at a time certain. That's within your ability. So.
I just wanted to ensure that business as normal could proceed after the closure and that, the recreational angler can capture a handful of mullets and be able to use them without consequence, and was my concern. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please, Laura.
Commissioner Bethea? Aye. Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Corbett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Aye. Thank you. Commissioner Huggins? Aye. Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate your help.
Here's
Now,
Catherine.
Ready for you? Is this the first time we've had unanimous votes on every motion? Put a little star on the calendar. Well, I know what's down the road.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chairman. I'm here now, doing double duty again this meeting. As many folks know, my name is Catherine Bloom, and I'm the division's rulemaking coordinator. And in the rulemaking section of your briefing materials is the usual rulemaking memo and supporting documents, and those provide an update to you on the status of rulemaking. And I'll pause as usual if you'd like to flip to that. That's the easiest thing to follow as I go through the materials. The action before the commission today is voting on final approval of a portion of the rules in the 2023-2024 cycle. First is an update on last year's cycle, though, 2022-2023, and your counsel has made my job much easier today. He has already given you the update on your mutilated finfish rule, and that was the only rule remaining in last year's cycle. And so I'm glad to say that, good or bad, that cycle has concluded. So we're down to this year's cycle and preparing for next year's. The next item I have is actually to give you a preview for next year, and we'll end on this year's the rules that are underway. So for next year, staff members are continuing to work on several different rulemaking items. The subjects under development include management options for false albacore, simplifying pot marking requirements, and proposed changes to permit rules. The rulemaking process is scheduled at this point to begin at your August 2024 business meeting, and we'll continue to keep you updated each meeting on the progress between now and then. As early as your next meeting in February, we'll be coming to you for at least a portion of these subjects to request that you select your preferred rulemaking option and the associated rulemaking language so that the required fiscal analysis of proposed rules can be drafted and submitted to the Office of State Budget and Management for approval. And that's what allows the rulemaking process to begin next summer. Okay, this is really quick, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the last item. So that's this year's cycle, 2023-2024. At your May business meeting this year, you approved notice of text for rulemaking to begin the process for 103 rules covering 4 subjects. And one of those subjects is readoption of shellfish plant and inspection rules in 15A NCAC 18A 0300 through 0800, totaling 83 rules, and 79 of those represent the last of the rule readoptions from the first iteration of the periodic review requirements. So those include those 79 readoptions, 1 repeal, and 3 related rule readoptions, again totaling 83 rules, so that's what's before you today. A table showing the steps of the timing in the process that's included in your materials, and the rules were published August 1st of this year in the North Carolina Register, and that began the public comment process. A news release was issued, and an excerpt from the Register as well as a copy of the news release are also in your materials. You accepted public comments on the proposed rules from August 1st through October 2nd, and a public hearing was held via WebEx with a listening station at the Division's Central District Office in Morehead City on August 16th at 6 p.m. And thank you again to Commissioner Huggins, thank you, sir, for serving as our hearing officer that evening. There were 2 written public comments submitted about the entire package of rules for all 4 subjects, and there was also 1 member of the public who submitted comments at the hearing. And there's a table in your materials that contains the written comments, as well as a summary of the hearing, and that provides that commenter as well. Now, specific to the shellfish plant and inspection rules, there were no comments submitted. So today you're scheduled to vote on final approval of the rules, and proposed rules would have an earliest effective date of April 1st, 2024, except for those rules that are automatically subject to legislative review per Session Law 2019-198 and North Carolina General Statute 14-4.1. And rules that are subject could be available for review during next year's short session. We'll see how the timing works out. So, to recap, the action before the Commission is final approval to readopt, repeal, and adopt the 15A NCAC 18A rules posted on the agenda, excluding 15A NCAC 03K 0110 and 18A 0302.
Questions for Catherine? If not, would somebody make a motion that we accept this as written?
I sure will.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rader, second by Commissioner Huggins. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Corbett?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
And Chairman Bizzle? Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr.
On the
Chairman.
roll. Thank you, Catherine, appreciate it. Okay, now is the time in our meetings when we open the floor up for anything that our commissioners want to be looked into the future. Does anybody have anything that they want staff to be considering? Commissioner McNeil.
Thank you, Chairman. Really, the only thing the only thing I want to mention right now is just with the striped mullet, with the season closure and not being able to possess mullet. I hope we can work something out for next year if there's a closure for fish that were caught during the season to be able to be possessed out of the season and not have to be wasted or scrambled to be sold out of state. I know it's an enforcement issue, but I think that deserves a little more time to look at. So I hope we can take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else with anything? I got a small itty bitty little thing. Somehow I'm getting on the DEQ mailing list where they notify me of parties and seminars, y'all too. Can you get us off of that list?
I will do my best.
Oh, you have? Well, I do have life, so. Yeah, it does. Okay, nothing else from anybody? Okay, Laura, can you give us a update of what we got going on?
Yes, this is going to be on the fly, so it will be rough. I apologize. You approved the full slate of nominees for the at-large seats for both the Mid-Atlantic and South Atlantic Fishery Management Councils. So staff are going to be preparing those for submittal. You also gave approval for the goal and objectives for both the hard clam and oyster FMPs. So staff will begin working on drafting those plans and beginning to have the committee meetings for those. For the striped mullet FMP, you gave approval for that draft amendment to go out for public and advisory committee review. You then also approved the rule language presented by Philip Reynolds and for staff to move forward with that rulemaking. So we will begin working on that. And Catherine will begin the rulemaking for what you just approved. That's the best I can do right now.
You did very well. Thank you very much. Wish everybody here happy holidays. If you're traveling, travel safely, and look forward to seeing you back in February. All right. Thank you. We're